One, two, one, two.
Almighty God, who, in thy infinite wisdom and providential goodness, has appointed the offices of rulers and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of man, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in thy presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote thy honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. All which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Our House resumes and debate continues. Yes, Honorable Minister George, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you, good morning to my esteemed colleagues, and good morning to our listeners on the various media platforms. Uh, I also want to say a special good morning to the most wonderful people in the world, Mr. Speaker, the wonderful people of Penville. I know that they're listening this morning. It's always an honor and a privilege for me, Mr. Speaker, to stand in this honorable house, and I too want to wish you congratulations on being reappointed or re-elected, sorry, as chair of this honorable house. I wish you all the best in your new position, and also commend Deputy Speaker also. Mr. Speaker, if I may read this.
Yes, permission granted.
Today, in front of us, we have a draft supplementary appropriation bill, Mr. Speaker, outlining the expenditures we incurred as a government over the fiscal year 2021-2022, Mr. Speaker. And I must say that all our prolific members on the government side have done a very good job in outlining all the measures in this bill. The same can be said for the members on the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, who seem more focused on making demands on the state, Mr. Speaker. And to this bill in front of us, Mr. Speaker. But the long and short, Mr. Speaker, is that every single expenditure outlined in this bill tells a story of ensuring that people remain safe in this changing environment, a story of advancing our food security efforts, a story of employing young people, a story of advancing education and sports. And when we put all these stories together, Mr. Speaker, the result is a clear plan towards achieving a dynamic, sustainable, and progressive economy. The best CBI programs in the world, Mr. Speaker. And this has been said and documented by a number of reputable international organizations. And we also know, Mr. Speaker, that government raises funds for taxes. So we can't escape taxes. We have to pay our taxes. And it's important to note that CBI is a very viable form of non-tax revenue, meaning that it allows us as a government to raise revenue without having to give the burden on our taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. And so the question for us in this honorable house is that, is it practical for government to increase taxes on citizens to fund reconstruction and response following a disaster? Or is it prudent to increase taxes on citizens to fund infrastructural projects, especially given our small fiscal space and our vulnerability to external shocks. Mr. Speaker, that makes no sense. This will result in the same persons you're trying to help. You will reduce the disposable incomes and make them worse off, Mr. Speaker. And this is why, as a country and as a region, we have to support our CBI programs. It helps us achieve things that would otherwise be very difficult to achieve. And the evidence of this is everywhere for all of us to see, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the integrity of this important program must be protected. And this is where our due diligence fees comes in, Mr. Speaker. We must ensure that our potential investors meet a certain standard before investing in our country, Mr. Speaker. And this, of course, is good spending, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Agriculture, we see $5 million expended towards the procurement of agricultural tools and equipment. And I'm always happy to see money being spent in agriculture coming from a very rural community where agriculture was the backbone, or agriculture is the backbone of our livelihood, Mr. Speaker. And a number of us could only attend secondary school and tertiary schooling because of the work that our parents did in their farms, Mr. Speaker. And in order to revamp the agricultural sector, I believe we first have to know what are the challenges our farmers face, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of the things I like about our new Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. He takes the time to meet the farmers and to understand what is going on, as we recently saw in our farmer store, Mr. Speaker. And this is also very important in the context of increasing our share contribution of GDP, share contribution of agriculture to GDP, Mr. Speaker. And one of the ways we can achieve this is by getting the necessary tools and equipment for our farmers, Mr. Speaker. So the money that they would use to buy these tools and equipment, they can now invest that money into some other aspects of the farming and give them the much needed ease up, Mr. Speaker. And this is the whole intention of this expenditure under the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, many times we hear folks say that the youth are the future, Mr. Speaker, and to me that is absolutely nonsense, Mr. Speaker. And the reality is that the future is now, Mr. Speaker. And now is the time for young people to take charge of all what is happening in the country of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time for young people to get into leadership roles, to sit on boards and committees and to organize community groups and to inspire other young persons to follow suit. And this is why the Commonwealth heads declared the year 2023 as the year of the youth, Mr. Speaker. And this means that the commitment is there at the highest level to tackle the challenges currently facing our young people across the region, Mr. Speaker. And I can assure this Parliament that our Prime Minister and the government, by extension, will spare no effort in creating the opportunities for the youth, as we have done in the past and we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. And we see evidence of this in the supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker. We see $52,812 being spent on the Youth Resilience Initiative, a project aimed at building resilience among the island's youth and bringing out the creativity among the young people. And the reality is that the skills a young person will need 20 years ago and the skills that a young person needs to survive today is completely different, Mr. Speaker, both from a business standpoint and also from their own personal development standpoint. So it's important to build resilience among the youth to ensure that they adapt to the new realities in the world. And through the Ministry of Youth, we will continue to create the opportunities for empowering young persons with the necessary skills that is needed to excel in this modern world. And just recently, we saw the Dominica Youth Business Trust open up registrations for young persons to give them an opportunity to transform their ideas into actual businesses and generate incomes for themselves and their families. And upon completion, these young people will now be equipped with the right skills and the business mindset to succeed in this environment. And we will also see over 100 young persons graduating from the program in a couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Youth Division continues to conduct a number of skills models from computer literacy to engine repairs, among so many others. And the fact is, there's always a demand for persons with these skills. So I'm really happy about these things, Mr. Speaker. And I believe one of the opposition members, I really can't recall who it was, they made mention of youth skills in Marigot. And just to tell that particular senator that prior to Hurricane Maria, we had a number of youth skills training happening in Marigot, Mr. Speaker. And after Maria, we had to focus on reconstructing the entire building, Mr. Speaker. And I can say in this parliament now that very soon we will open this youth center in Marigot, and it will be a hub for the entire Northeast, Mr. Speaker, for the entire Northeast, so that they could come and get exposed to the various skills to build capacity in Marigot and the Northeast, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, we have partnered with the ministry responsible for digital transformation to bring intermediate digital literacy sessions to young persons across Dominica. So really and truly, Mr. Speaker, we are taking it from basic computer skills and up to intermediate level, Mr. Speaker, and that's just going upwards in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. And we are implementing different approaches to ensure we build the technical capacity of our young people, both from a business standpoint and from a skill-based standpoint. And when one considers all the investments in the other aspects of the economy, like education, Mr. Speaker, and housing for young persons, like the Future Housing Program, all these opportunities are there for the young people of Dominica to take advantage of, and I encourage them to please take advantage of the opportunities the government is creating for them. Mr. Speaker, I can say without any fear of contradiction that Dominica is leading the way when it comes to sports in the Caribbean region, Mr. Speaker. So much so that almost every regional sporting body has expressed the willingness to come to Dominica and host the competition, Mr. Speaker. And this is not a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. You know, they see that we are making significant investments in our sporting infrastructure. They see that our young athletes are prepared to play. They see the support that we give to the clubs and the athletes and the associations, and they want to be part of this, Mr. Speaker. We see netball, we see introduction of boxing recently, cricket, basketball, football, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to commend the efforts of our immediate past Minister of Sports, Honorable Rosalind Paul, for her efforts, Mr. Speaker. Rosalind has carried the sports banter for a long time, Mr. Speaker, and she did a fantastic job. I normally call her silent but deadly, Mr. Speaker, because of the way she operates, Mr. Speaker, but she has done a really good job in the Ministry of Sports. And looking at the expenditures, Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Sports, what comes to mind as a sportsman myself is that 2 decades ago, there wasn't one proper facility to take part in sports. You know, and over the last 20 years, because of the investments of this Labour Party government, we have seen significant development as it relates to the infrastructure of sports all across Dominica, Mr. Speaker. We see advancement at the Windsor Park Stadium. And many of us here will know that the Windsor Park Stadium is regarded as one of the premier cricketing destinations in the region, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is not by chance. You know, we have done the investment in the Windsor Park. We have recently upgraded the scoreboard. We have recently upgraded the Players Pavilion, Mr. Speaker. And we have also upgraded the forecourts, Mr. Speaker, to attract regional and international netball, Mr. Speaker. And coming from a successful hosting of the OECS netball last year, we also have plans to host the under 19 netball competition in April coming, Mr. Speaker. And all this, Mr. Speaker, is because of the contribution of this government. And we will continue to advance the Windsor Park Stadium. Obviously, we have a reputation to maintain, Mr. Speaker. We want to strive to be the best. The lighting has been a concern in the past. We recently signed a contract for the restoration of the lighting, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the contractor is mobilizing. As we speak, there's heavy equipment on site. The first phase will involve demolishing the existing light poles and demolishing the foundation and running all the underground wires and electrical installation, Mr. Speaker. And the second phase will involve the actual erection of the poles. We have done our research, Mr. Speaker. We know what is required when it comes to lighting for cricket facilities, and we will strive to ensure that the Windsor Park Stadium gets high quality lighting to attract international games in the night, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have also seen a total transformation of the Benjamin's Park in Portsmouth, Mr. Speaker. I recall the Benjamin's Park being a swamp as a young boy growing up. And now we see the Benjamin's Park has a top-class cricketing facility, a top-class football facility, basketball courts. We have plans to build tennis courts at the Benjamin's Park. We also recently saw the development of an indoor facility right on the Benjamin's Park towards the 1 mile end. And that means that our cricketers can now play cricket in rain. They can play cricket 24/7. So there's no deterrent for training when it comes to cricket, Mr. Speaker, in the north. And I'm really, really happy to see this for our athletes. Mr. Speaker, we also see a number of basketball courts being developed around the island. We have the indoor facility at Massac, again a world-class facility attracting regional tournaments. We will also seek to upgrade a number of playing fields across the island. In the upcoming months, the ministry will visit a number of communities to do assessments on our playing facilities, because we want to ensure that we have good, decent facilities for athletes to play in the communities, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the re-emergence of table tennis in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Again, thanks to the member for Roseau Central for efforts in boosting table tennis. And then we also have plans, as mentioned by the Prime Minister, to develop a 40-meter 8-lane synthetic track, which we will get some more information on at a later date. So I'm happy for our athletes, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to track and field, we continue to prepare for the Character Games in April. We also are preparing for the Olympics next year, because it's never too early to start to prepare. And I also want to commend all our athletes for the hard work over the last year. I mean, I don't want to go into mentioning names because there's so many athletes that excelled. We have Alec Afanas. I think that's a significant achievement, being appointed as captain of the Windward's Island senior men's team, Mr. Speaker. Must be commended. And of course, we have Onisha Fontaine and Abini St. Jean. They represented the West Indies under 19 cricket team, Mr. Speaker. And that again is a significant achievement. I also want to congratulate all our primary and secondary schools who were victorious at the various championship organized by the sports division. The secondary schools and primary schools competition, Mr. Speaker, have been very exciting so far, and I encourage us to support our athletes from an early age, and that's the only way they're going to excel, if they get the support. I'm asking for the crowd support. Too many times we see games going on and nobody's watching. Let's support our athletes. I can tell you that this goes a very long way, Mr. Speaker. I also want to commend the various sporting organizations and clubs for their work over the last year. I believe that their work is important in developing sports at the grassroots level. And as a ministry, we will also continue to explore ways to boost sports at the grassroots level, as well as seek support to promote our sportsmen and women as much as practically possible, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to see that we spent some funds in the sports sector as part of these supplementary estimates. I can assure you that the spending in sports will continue because we know of the benefits of partaking in sports, not just from a personal standpoint, but from a country standpoint. And when they do well, we celebrate the success, Mr. Speaker, as a country. And then because of that, we have to ensure that they have the right tools and resources to partake in sports. Mr. Speaker, sports is flourishing in Dominica. If I talk about sports, I will talk till tomorrow. But we also have lots of work to do as a ministry, Mr. Speaker, because the fact is it's easy to get on top, but it's always harder to stay on top. So let's all work together to develop our athletes, our young people, and our communities, Mr. Speaker. With these few words, I want to provide my unwavering support to the supplementary appropriation.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Senator Lockhart.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to make my contribution towards the schedule of supplementary appropriation and to seek your permission to refer to my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into my contribution on the schedule of supplementary estimates for July 2021-2022, I take this opportunity to profoundly thank Honorable Prime Minister for affording me the opportunity to serve within this legislative body as a senator on the government side. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious position in which I am honored and humbled to serve. I further convey my immense thanks and gratitude to Almighty Father, my family, friends, well-wishers, and most importantly, to the wonderful people of the Castle Bruce constituency. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your encouragement. And I dare say, had it not been for you, the people of the Castle Bruce constituency, I wouldn't be standing there this morning. Mr. Speaker, the people of the Castle Bruce constituency, for the 5th consecutive time, demonstrated their unwavering confidence in a Dominica Labour Party-led administration to improve their standard of living and make Dominica the best place to live and to conduct business. And I am pleased to be here as a second voice in this honorable house for the people of the Castle Bruce constituency. I am a firm believer that you can lead from where you are. Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about position or authority. It is the energy and purpose by which you lead yourself each day and how you serve others. The people of the Castle Bruce constituency, you have in me a servant who will continue to work alongside our parliamentary representative, Honorable Octavia Alfred, to ensure that every program and every policy of this government reaches you and impacts your lives in meaningful ways. Mr. Speaker, allow me to highlight 2 important reports. In 2022, the International Labour Organization, ILO, projected that there will be a working hour deficit equivalent to 52 million full-time jobs owing to COVID-19 crisis-induced labor market disruption. This is largely due to what has been described as an uneven and incomplete recovery of the global labor market. Report number 2. In 2022, flagship report of the ILO, World Employment and Social Outlook Trends 2022, indicated that achieving a human-centered recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic will require the successful implementation of 4 pillars. 1, inclusive...
Senator,
Yes.
what is the relevance to the supplementary estimate?
I'm coming to that, Mr. Speaker. Just
Okay,
2 more sentences.
I give you
and
the,
I'm
okay.
good.
All right.
I'm saying like a backdrop, Mr. Speaker, on what I'm going to speak.
Yeah, well, next time you need to indicate that to the House, but proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a learning process for me, and I'll get it. Don't worry. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So I was saying, the 4 pillars: inclusive economic growth and employment, protection of all workers, universal social protection, and social dialogue. Against this backdrop, it is evident that the impact of unemployment and underemployment, along with the decline in the productivity in Dominica's major sectors resulting from the economic shock of COVID-19, would have been far worse in the absence of the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, in the supplementary appropriation that is being presented to this Honorable House for approval, the Ministry of Rural Modernization and Kalinago Upliftment recorded an expenditure of over $29 million. This among, Mr. Speaker, reflects payments of interns under the National Employment and Mentorship Program. While this figure might appear to be substantial, the purpose and benefits far outweigh the dollar value. The NEP from inception has been able to provide on-the-job training opportunities for excess of 4,000 Dominicans across various components, Mr. Speaker, far exceeding the initial 400. While some are anti this very critical and beneficial program, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the tremendous benefits of such a program. Contrary to popular belief, the NEP is not about menial tasks. In fact, there are many more components of the NEP which have impacted every facet of society. The program has produced leaders and managers, office administrators, teachers, bankers, and has been successful in shaping the minds and building capacity. Mr. Speaker, I, Senator Dwayne Ostelocker, was once engaged under the National Employment Program. So you'd well understand, Mr. Speaker, while I'm speaking a bit extensively about the importance of the National Employment Program, because, I mean, look at me now. Look at me now. Mr. Speaker, even when the critics thought that the NEP would have been short-lived, and they characterized it as an election gimmick, a decade later, it continues to serve as a catalyst of growth and employment for many. The contribution of the NEP to the livelihood of individuals remains critical in maintaining economic activity, ensuring the government's mandate to reduce unemployment and continued economic growth. The fact that the program is designed to engage and empower citizens in every community throughout this country with equity of access, regardless of gender, regardless of social background, and regardless of political affiliation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this speaks volume of the commitment of the government to uplift the livelihood of every citizen. Mr. Speaker, as of January 1st, 2023, the contracts for majority of the interns engaged have been extended for a further 2 years. This will certainly, Mr. Speaker, provide a much needed job stability and allow these interns to make important financial decisions. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly pleased that this decision will impact over 250 interns currently engaged in the Castle Roots constituency. Mr. Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand how the NEP has transformed lives of many right here in the Castle Roots constituency. During my tenure at Christian Children's Fund, CCF, or what we know it as, Mr. Speaker, we conducted a study. And the primary reason, Mr. Speaker, what we found was the primary reason for employment of women in some rural communities was the unavailability of daycare services. Mothers who have been qualified to engage in traditional work, Mr. Speaker, weren't able to do so because they do not have anyone to assist them to take care of their child when they go out to work, Mr. Speaker. So they had no choice but to stay home. Often, many had to rely on partners, relatives, and the kindness of friends to make ends meet. Today, Mr. Speaker, parents are able to send their children of school age to school, head to work for 6 hours, and be back at home to receive their children and provide them with a hot meal, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of a latchkey generation is a thing of the past. Mothers are now independent breadwinners. Our youth are engaged. The guys on the blocks who are frequently and unfairly typecast are gainfully employed. The level of cleanup and beautification that is taking place around Dominica is unprecedented. The teams play a vital role in ensuring the continued health and wellness of all our citizens. Mr. Speaker, from 2013, the NEP has evolved to accommodate the human resource needs of both public and private sector institutions within all productive sectors in the economy, thereby increasing the productive capacity while offsetting the costs associated with this need. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore safe to deduce that the NEP remains an excellent model for addressing the issues of unemployment, empowerment, and professional advancement of Dominicans. Every dollar that is spent on the people of this country through this program is well justified. Mr. Speaker, I will speak briefly on the transformation that is going on right now in Dominica as it relates to housing. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, again, while I was engaged at CCF, I had the opportunity to work in perhaps every community in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And what I experienced then was heartbreaking, to say the least. Inadequate housing and poor living condition was widespread, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can recall having to work with families who live in galvanized structures with dirt floors, shacks built from waste materials, and the list goes on. Today, Mr. Speaker, because of the Housing Revolution program of this Labour Party-led government, the very land where these types of makeshift structures stood are now replaced with safe, resilient, and adequate homes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have to have an understanding of where we will to appreciate what we have, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when the opposition leader yesterday spoke about people not getting support, and we do it in a partisan way. I mean, I don't want to be too hard on her because last night she gave me my basil tea and she complimented me on my rose and so on. You know, Mr. Speaker, so I don't want to be too hard on her. You know, because she was nice to me, nice conversation last night. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you will find these things happening. People make up stories. But you see, you cannot lead your constituency based on WhatsApp messages. Because usually, when you get a WhatsApp message, Mr. Speaker, it's not to promote something good, you know. So my advice to you all on this side of the house, put your sneakers and your jeans and walk in your constituency and find out the things that the Labour Party has been doing for the people of Dominica. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have been doing it everywhere, every corner. You know, because those depressing contributions and so on, last it was already so cold. You know, depressing, man, demotivating. I mean, good things are happening, so say it. So say it. You know, Mr. Speaker, you should be happy at home and at work. And if you are not happy in these places, it is going to lead to anxiety and depression. Mr. Speaker, we are all familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Housing is seen as an essential and basic need. And without the same, an individual will not be able to achieve physical, psychological, and emotional actualization. I'm a social worker, you know, because you're Mark there, you know, Pastor. Don't ask me so, you know. The creation of additional housing will not only be beneficial to the citizens of Dominica, but it also contribute to the growth of the overall GDP. A booming construction economy creates employment and helps to increase the spending power of citizens, which in turn decreases their dependency on the welfare system. Adequate housing provides a sense of stability and identity, offers protection against environmental hazards, and promotes self-sufficiency. Feelings of stress and anxiety related to housing could also affect one's personal well-being. This can eventually lead to mental health problems and make existing problems harder to cope with. For most families in Dominica, Mr. Speaker, their home is their most widely owned asset. It provides them with a sense of pride, and that's what the Labour Party has been doing. And we have not been doing it for votes, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister always said, when you see people first and politics after. Because even in the last election, Mr. Speaker, when I had to tell you some of the people that we had to convince to vote for the party, Mr. Speaker, are UWPIs who receive homes, you know. UWPIs who receive homes, Mr. Speaker. Because if we had to go based on politics, or if our decisions were all politically motivated, Mr. Speaker, it would be a different Dominica. The spillover effect will be the attitude towards work and their sense of worth and development. Mr. Speaker, any money spent on the people of Dominica to improve their standard of living is fully and properly justified. The Labour Party government, under the leadership of Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, has redefined the role of government over the years to one that places sharp focus on personal development and the welfare of every citizen. The government's track record of prudent spending remains unmatched. Mr. Speaker, great and wonderful things will continue to happen in Dominica and for Dominicans. The people of the Castle Bruce constituency, you too shall benefit tremendously, and I am proud to be part of that team. So, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude here and categorically state that I give my full and unwavering support to the supplementary appropriation for the period 2020-2022. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, why do I have to speak again? Mr. Speaker, let me first of all, with your permission, congratulate you on your second appointment as Speaker of this Honorable House. I've already expressed my commendation for brother on the role, and so too I want to commend and congratulate everyone on both sides of the House who have taken the oath to serve this country. And Mr. Speaker, I would not have been worthy of being called a name if I did not take this opportunity also to express my gratitude in the most profuse manner to the people of the Mao constituency for allowing me to have been the longest serving member of parliament in the history of politics for the Mao constituency. Yeah. I'm also very happy that they have made the right decision to vote for my new parent, Honorable Castaneda Bill. Mr. Speaker, I stood here just now just to give my support to the supplementary appropriation bill. But before I go into the Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs then, where you have seen $9.3 million was allocated for that ministry, I want to just refer to some of the comments made by some of the members on the other side as we proceed on the new mission of a national reset. I was comforted by the fact that we have a new cadre of young people on the other side who will bring a new dimension to this Honorable House and the debate. And I was inclined, therefore, to have given them a second chance. But again, what I've seen, Mr. Speaker, I've learned, and you have learned, I'm old school, that it's always important to read the entire composition, because questions that will be asked thereafter are derived from the passage. So you must not be selective in reading the comprehension passage. I'm saying that because, Mr. Speaker, while some members on the other side spoke smoothly and softly, by so doing, they also executed some punches. Let me start firstly with Honorable Senator Sean Douglas, who I hope, and of course, should know, for matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, that passion fruit ice cream and coconut ice cream do not taste the same, and they do not look the same. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, when you reference they made reference to the overdraft facility and compare the current overdraft facility to what obtained in 1990s. That is treating passion fruit ice cream the same way as coconut ice cream and comparing apples and grapes. They are not the same. Because, Mr. Speaker, in 1996, the economy, the GDP of the country then, was significantly smaller than what obtains now. In 1996, the GDP of Dominica was $292 million US. Senator Delbert Parrish, who is very good in doing maths, a crypto expert, can do his own calculations, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, now in 2023, the GDP of this country is $554.2 million US. If you were to do the conversion and express it in East currency, you're talking over $1.5 billion. That is the size of the economy. And in the biggest economy in the world, the United States, we have a very interesting debate taking place right now in the Congress, asking to increase or to raise the debt limit to allow the government, the federal government, to function, Mr. Speaker. So you have to understand the dynamics of running a country. But, Mr. Speaker, what is more important that they did not see in reading the passage? Out of the $245 million that we're seeking approval for, only 12% came by way of loans. The rest, grants, and from our local circumstance. This is a demonstration of an economy that is resilient and robust, Mr. Speaker. And we have to understand that and put it in the proper context, therefore. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Lockhart, Senator Lockhart, I mean, his contribution was bang on the spot. And I want to make reference and say further, Mr. Speaker, that the supplementary estimate is a snapshot of what this government has been able to do over the years to transform the lives of ordinary Dominicans, Mr. Speaker. And why do I say that? $61 million towards housing. And you heard the Minister for Housing last night very eloquently reference the various forms of interventions in terms of housing in this country. This is a strong statement by this government to the commitment to transforming and elevating the lives of ordinary Dominicans, and that is the mantra of the Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, permit me also, Mr. Speaker, there is very contemporary economist and French economist, Thomas Piketty, and he writes on capital in the 21st century, and is referencing that the level of inequality in Europe and the United States is at the level of 1910. I want to take that, Mr. Speaker, and put it into the context within a Dominican reality. When this Labour Party came into office, Mr. Speaker, the quality of life and access, Mr. Speaker, to Dominican, the ordinary man, to capital was almost zero. And this government, Mr. Speaker, through the supplementary estimate and all this other intervention for the past 20-something years, especially under the stewardship of Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, has allowed the ordinary man in this country, Mr. Speaker, to have access to capital assets, Mr. Speaker. And fundamental capital assets, as you know, is the ability of the ordinary person to own homes, Mr. Speaker. And this government, therefore, has been able to remove the ordinary people of this country from being subjects of somebody else, to be relevant and to live with a sense of confidence and dignity. Because if you do not have a piece of a country, if you do not own a piece of property, Mr. Speaker, you have no sense of dignity and confidence, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the Labour Party is all about, Mr. Speaker. And that is manifested, Mr. Speaker, in every measure. I don't want to talk about social capital. And you see $28 million is provided for in this current supplementary estimate before this Honorable House. And you heard Honorable Kent, who made reference, Mr. Speaker, to the number of health and wellness facilities that are being constructed throughout this country, Mr. Speaker. And that has never happened before in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. And Senator Delbert Parish, who absconded, yes, I parish. I know I'm saying that. Who absconded from his parish and is now in Maho, Mr. Speaker. St. Paul, Mr. Speaker. He did not see item 56 on the supplementary estimate. That speaks to over $6 million currently being that was spent in the brand new modern Marigot Hospital. He did not see it because he did not read the entire passage, Mr. Speaker. But it's good in crypto. But the people are still waiting to go to Dubai, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this, in my view, Mr. Speaker, underscore now. Mr. Speaker, you have to understand, this is Parliament, you know. So when you make blows, even if they are soft, it might get very hot inside there, you know, Mr. Speaker. It might get very hot, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that. And back to housing. I'm happy, and I know the Minister for Housing has connection in my house. Where 17 houses currently being built in Kingsfield. She was there last week. Her first store was in Kingsfield, and that demonstrated a commitment to the continuation of the project in Kingsfield. This is what the Labour Party is all about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just say further. And I want now to come back now to the Ministry of National Security and then Home Affairs, where $9.3 million was actually spent for the year under review, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me just say firstly that the $278,000 that was spent to procure 2 new ambulances demonstrate the Labour Party commitment to ensuring that the people of Dominica have access to health care. And the response mechanism, therefore, has to be very effective, Mr. Speaker. We have 7 health districts in this country: La Plaine, Cassibus, Granby, Portsmouth, Roseau, Marigot, Mr. Speaker. And every health district in this country has an ambulance, Mr. Speaker. Every health district. And as we move towards a national reset to extend our services to this country, we shall ensure, Mr. Speaker, that in the bigger districts, namely Roseau, Marigot, and Portsmouth, we'll have more than one, Mr. Speaker, ambulance, Mr. Speaker. That is what this Labour Party administration is all about, Mr. Speaker. That was money well spent. And let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to commend the men and women of the Dominican Fire and Ambulance Services, Mr. Speaker. These men and women have demonstrated the highest degree of service to country. They were frontline in COVID, and they never, Mr. Speaker, protested. They were at the forefront. And I want to salute them today, this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and they're great Dominicans, and we're very proud of the men and women of the fire service, Mr. Speaker. Senator Henderson Reed, she made reference to the fire station in Marigot, but she did not see the $6 million for the hospital in Marigot. But, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where we had some internal leaks with the plumbing at the Marigot fire station. I want to report to this honorable House that as of January, the issues were dealt with and repaired, Mr. Speaker. So, apparently she doesn't live in Maritime. She only goes to the airport when she has to go overseas, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, now there's another issue, Mr. Speaker, there's another issue. There's another issue, Mr. Speaker, that has to do with a leak towards the engine room. As we speak, the estimates are being actually put together, and this administration, this Labour Party administration, this current government, shall ensure that this repair work is done in quick time, Mr. Speaker. We also have, Mr. Speaker, over $6 million was spent to improve the capacity from a technical and human resource standpoint within the Immigration Department of the Dominican Police Force. Mr. Speaker, we speak about the national reset, and key to that is to ensure that the government, the various functionaries of the state, are so equipped in order to ensure that the people of Dominica get quicker and more efficient service. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we have done the following in the Immigration Department as we migrate from the machinery of the passport to the electronic passport, Mr. Speaker. This is a passport that we believe, as we seek to make our passport counterfeit proof that the machine, the passport, has service time and is now for us, as we move to our national reset, we must be compliant to international standards and best practices insofar as civil aviation is concerned. And one key to that is to ensure that our travel document, namely our passport, is in fact compliant. I can recall, and you can recall, Mr. Speaker, that we made various statements, including myself, and we have said that it's important and that for security concerns, that we move from this Google passport to a passport that is more resilient, Mr. Speaker. So what we have done, Mr. Speaker, we are spending in the tune of $14 million, not only to ensure that we have a new passport that is internationally compliant, but also to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we upgrade our entire border security network to give effect, Mr. Speaker, and to facilitate advanced passenger information and cargo information, Mr. Speaker. But with our passports, Mr. Speaker, as we have declared that as of the 31st of January, Mr. Speaker, Dominicans holding Dominican passport will not be allowed to leave Dominica without having an e-passport. We have to ensure, therefore, that the level of competence within the Immigration Department is such that people, the issuance process, Mr. Speaker, can be done in a timely fashion. As a consequence, we have hired additional staff, some retired police officers, a number of young Dominicans who have been told are very efficient in terms of collating data, etc. And we have now in place, Mr. Speaker, a free shift system, 8 to 4 in the afternoon, 4 to midnight, Mr. Speaker, and midnight to 8 o'clock the next morning. And we are now moving, Mr. Speaker, we are now moving to Saturdays, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we, as we move on the mission of a new national reset, ensure that that delivery of service to the people of Dominica is not compromised and is done in the quickest, most effective manner, Mr. Speaker. So this is what this is about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just, again, shift and make a reference to, but when he spoke, he said he did not see. You cannot blame somebody who did not see something, even if they were in spectacles, Mr. Speaker. He did not see, it. I don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, reference was made to the grammar school. And the story that was told, and of course you would have known, you was the press secretary then, and that the grammar school was promised. He did not see it completed. But what I know I can see, and everybody who are not impaired visually, if you're driving along, Mr. Speaker, where the forestry department is, you see that a wing of the Dominican Grammar School was constructed under the same arrangement with the People's Republic of China. Let me take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable House, to commend and to express our gratitude to the government and people of the People's Republic of China for the tremendous work and support they have given to this country. We would not have been where we are today without the help and the support. And I am confident that that level of functional cooperation between Dominica and China will remain, Mr. Speaker, once Roosevelt Skerritt and the Dominican Labour Party remains in office, Mr. Speaker. It's about confidence in the leadership of this country. I hope, how long is it going to take to build the International Airport? He said, how long? Mr. Speaker, this Labour Party government, under our current leadership, has demonstrated time and time again that the people of this country, the welfare of the people of this country, comes first, Mr. Speaker. And what they would have liked to have seen in our pursuit to build this flagship airport was to bulldoze all the people on the proposed site in Wesley and to create a hoopla. But this is not the mantra of the Labour Party. The mantra of the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, is putting the people first. 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I did not tell it to my wife, I drove all the way down. I drove all the way down to this place in Wesley. Joe Burton location, to get an appreciation of for myself the tremendous work this Labour Party has been doing in transforming the lives of the ordinary people of this country. You had a number of people who occupied the proposed site. And Mr. Speaker, what this Prime Minister has done demonstrates the high degree of passion, Mr. Speaker. And we have seen the emergence of a brand new city in Joburton with 31 houses, 3 and 2 bedrooms, costing $288,000 and over $300,000, Mr. Speaker, have been built with 3 duplexes, 1 bedroom each, Mr. Speaker. People have already moved in, they're planting the flowers. That is what this Labour Party stands for, Mr. Speaker. The airport has begun. Because in order to move the soil for the runway, you have to have an unencumbered site. But the people in any social space are the most important players in any social environment. So you must therefore cater for them first. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the people of Joburg and the people of Wesley are saying, thank you for giving us that grant, honorable grant, Mr. Speaker. Because he has ensured that his people were catered for first. And I've been so advised, and that is when, because they are mortally scared, Mr. Speaker, of the international airport. You know when you're small, you say about jumping, mortally scared? Then fellas, the airport is like a jab for them, Mr. Speaker. So, it is coming, Shawnee, Honorable Senator Sean Douglas, towards the end of this month, you shall see the massive movement of equipment ever to be seen in the history of this country. That is the manifestation of a government and a prime minister that is committed to build in the international airport, Mr. Speaker. That has never happened before in the history of this country. I'm old enough, I still look good, but I'm old enough to know, Mr. Speaker, and to have read what transpired then. Because the father of Dominican politics, Mr. Leblanc, okay, Mr. Speaker, wanted to have built the airport. There was a site in the constituency of St. Joseph that was actually identified then. Then came, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Patrick John, the one who led us into independence. I can call his name because I was his friend, and a good life friend also. He gave me all his writing when I was studying. I have that in my possession. He tried, Mr. Speaker, to build it. He spoke about it. Then came Eugenia Charles, the Dame. Okay, so once somebody has a Dame before the name, that's a big person, you know. She wasn't able, Mr. Speaker, to even think of pushing soil, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, my good friend, former Prime Minister Edison James, on the eve of the election in 1998, in the budget, they allocated $79 million, Mr. Speaker, for the construction of an international airport. We're still looking for the money. Got one impression of an airport, Mr. Speaker. All right, we're still looking for it. But today, under Roosevelt's current and Dominican Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing real signs, Mr. Speaker, that this international airport shall be built. So come inside there. If other papers like the invoices you have for ice cream, you understand? And they're pushing that there, and get us like a blow, you're part of us. You understand? Even if you fall out, remember, you're part of us, and the good we have done together. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what we're all about. It's about the manifestation of commitment and passion to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to take up more time, Mr. Speaker, and to say that I feel so happy, Mr. Speaker.
5 more minutes.
No, that's okay. I feel so happy, but whenever I speak, time flying faster. But I feel so happy, Mr. Speaker, that over $10 million was spent to build, not to rehabilitate. I take offense, Mr. Minister of Finance, in the estimate when he talks about rehabilitation of the Mao Primary School. No, not rehabilitation. This is the construction of the best primary school in the history of Dominica. Not rehabilitation. Yeah. And I want to commend and to say thank you to this Labour Party administration, because the last time we had a school built in Mao was built in the 70s by the Canadian government. But we have emerged so much in this country that we are able, from our own local circumstances, to mobilize the requisite funding to build our own schools, Mr. Speaker. And that is what the supplementary estimate that we seek approval for is all about. From our own circumstances, we are doing things, building schools, building homes, Mr. Speaker, building health centers, Mr. Speaker, educating people. And I have not even spoken, Mr. Speaker, to what I consider, in my view, to be the best capital. And that is the human capital. Because it's the human capital that will elevate any country, Mr. Speaker. I want to look at the amount of money that we have spent to build schools and to educate Zafa Pamalewe. I'm not going to translate. Zafa Pamalewe.
Yeah, you still have to translate.
For people's children. Mr. Speaker, we have migrated from 1910 era to our current era, where all are eating, Mr. Speaker, and aspiring under the Dominican Labour Party. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Vince Henderson, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating you on your election, unopposed by acclamation of the members of the 11th Parliament. Mr. Speaker, your job is not an easy one. I myself would rather be in this position rather than in yours for several reasons. You carry a tremendous responsibility, fairness, impartiality, and restraint. To restrain yourself from getting involved in the debates, and perhaps when you see us behaving badly, you yourself, or you hear us delving in parley insult and misbehaving, you may feel to say something yourself. So, I myself have taken a position. I'm not translating anything I say in Creole. I withdraw it because this House must move to accept Creole as a language. And I stand here on the behalf of the people of the Grand Bay constituency, and I believe we need to show greater respect to the tradition that they have preserved for us, the language that throughout Dominica we enjoy. And I want to take the opportunity to thank them. Well, Penville can talk for themselves, you know. I am the most fortunate member of Parliament. I am the only one who represents a constituency where he was not born, and his family had left a very, very long time ago. So I have to bask in that and thank the people of Granby for their hospitality. And they are, in fact, you know, the best people you can represent in this Parliament. I want to thank them once again for standing with me and giving me the opportunity to serve them. Mr. Speaker, but I want to thank you for having done a terrific job the last time, and I look forward to you continuing in that vein. And of course, our Deputy Speaker, our youngest ever Deputy Speaker at his first election, I want to congratulate him on that election. I will not claim any credit for his delving into politics, but I have known him for a long time, and I'm sure that he will continue to do a good job, especially under the tutelage of his grandmother, the longest serving Speaker of the House in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity to congratulate all of us here who have been sworn in. Again, I did that earlier, but I want to do that again. And all my colleagues. But I want to congratulate the members of the opposition. I want to congratulate you, first of all, Mr. Charles, Anthony Charles, the Member of Parliament for the Marigot constituency, and Ms. Jesma Paul Victor of the Salisbury constituency for standing up for democracy, for participating in the elections and allow the will of the people to determine who they want to represent them in the House of Assembly. I think someone once said that democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others that have been tried. It was Winston Churchill who said that after he was defeated, just shortly after winning the war, or playing a major role in the victory of the Second World War. But I believe democracy is very fragile. It takes work. It's very costly. And this is why we have invested heavily in our electoral process to ensure that we can defend democracy. But it takes work and willingness on the part of all who participate in the democratic process. And that's why today, you being here is a very powerful statement. And in my mind, nullifies the argument that there was no free and fair elections in Dominica, because you agreed to be here. And those of you who have agreed to become senators, after all, you cannot benefit from the work of Jesma Paul, the leader of the opposition, member of Parliament for Salisbury, and the member for Marigot, and then take to the airwaves and criticize the very process which brought you here, in which they participated. So, those of you, and I see young Senator Ms. Victor, and my cousin, Mrs. Henderson Reed, and young Paris. You know, it's good to have these young people participate in the process. But you yourselves need to defend your position because you have voluntarily taken the oath to be members of this parliament and to sort of just rubbish the claims that are being made that there were not any free and fair elections. But we will come to that because I don't want to spend much of my time on that. But let's talk about why are we here. The supplementary estimate, because every time we come to the parliament with a supplementary estimate or appropriations, there always are those criticisms. Lack of planning, you guys can't plan, you guys can do this, you can do that. And then we got a little admonition from Senator Douglas. But I just want to make two fundamental points about this process. One, there was a national budget for 2020-2021, which was approved. It was approved. And 21-22, approved. Money spent. So what we're doing here is basically, and Senator Paris called it overspending, but he gave it a bad connotation, as if it's a bad thing. If you have money, and you're going down the road, you decide you're going to buy one bread. But I say, boy, things good, and I know my neighbor hungry. I go and buy another bread, I'll give it to him. You overspending as if it's a bad thing? It's a good thing, because if you look at what we have approved here, no, I want you to pay attention to that, because words have meaning. And people listening to you might think, boy, this fella's really reckless, this fella's just overspending. And these things were funded, they were paid for. They were paid for, and it's important to pay attention to that. 19% of which grants. That's a significant amount, 39 million East Caribbean dollars by way of grants. Grants, and you know what it means? It means that governments, institutions throughout the world trust the Dominican Labour Party so much that they're willing to give us money, free grants, that we can invest in our development. And I want to take the opportunity to thank our bilateral partners and multilateral partners for their continued contribution, their trust and confidence in the Dominican Labour Party government, and we look forward to continue working with them. 71% of that came from our local funds. We were able to raise money, $168 million. That's a significant amount of money to raise from our local funds. And interestingly, we only took a small amount in loans, 60%, $28 million. Small amount. But that is also significant because it means that you can pay your debt. That's why you get loans. You can't walk into the bank and ask for a loan if you don't have the ability to pay. So we have the ability to pay. We have the ability to manage. And this is why we qualify for those loans. So it's important to put this in context. But a very important thing to bear in mind that these were investments made. And I want to just highlight something about this document. If you take your time and go through it. It is arranged by way of ministries. But there are topics, there are themes throughout that. And if you go through it, you will see that. And Senator Douglas, I don't even want to refer to your comparison of 1999 and your meager 7 million. That's all you have got, see? That you come in there and say? I mean, really, man? I mean, when you went back to 1999, I was looking forward to some major, comparison and criticism. But the guys could not go more than that. They did not have the ability to raise money. They did not have the ability to raise money from local funds. They did not have the ability to get money from friendly governments or from international multilateral organizations. They could not raise money by way of loan because they had already borrowed at 15.5% and therefore had no fiscal space And therefore they struggled to raise a meager $7 million by way of supplementary estimate. And to get to the heart of what about planning and all of this, you can plan as good as you. You can't stop a hurricane from coming. You cannot stop cost overrun on a project that is essential. And sometimes the way the assistance come from these funding agencies, you cannot plan properly for them. The important thing is that when the time comes for you to make your counterpart contribution, you can go by way of a contingency fund warrant and to ask the Minister of Finance to allow you to spend monies that were not budgeted. So what would you prefer? You would prefer that the thousands of Dominicans who benefit from the National Employment Program, the $25 million that you say, boy, you can't pay that now, that was on the budget. Is that what we want to say? The elderly people who are receiving care from the NEP caregivers, are we saying we should deny them that care? And by the way, I know we have an ongoing competition, but one of these days I want to take all of you to Tetmon and we'll drive back down. And you will see, and you will all agree that in fact we have the best NEP teams. We know that because my good friend Leandra up there, you know, making sure that she takes care of the place. And when they get down to Grand Bay, you know, Cleo is there holding the fort, and Mrs. John Baptist making sure our elderly are well taken care of under our program. So we appreciate these programs, and these programs are important. But to go back and talk about the themes and what you see from this supplementary estimate that may have missed us, we're talking about protection of lives and livelihoods, the significant and massive investments for COVID response. I don't even need to go to them in detail. We know, see, we have it. Empowerment, because we talk a lot about training and education. I mean, these are massive investments in education and training. I know my friend and me likes to refer to it as capacity building. I hate that term. It's training and education. We're also looking at creating an environment for economic activity, making investments, and I want to speak to a few of them. Because sometimes people criticize us, because we help people so much, they say, oh, don't give a man a fish, teach a man to fish. Then when you teach a man to fish, they say, oh, the fish not big enough. You should give him more fish. Or the wicked. You know, I mean, it is strange. But in this supplementary estimate, not even the budget, you know, the supplementary estimate alone, we are teaching a man to fish, literally. Just look at the kinds of investments that we are proving. This could have been an easy one for you for your first time out, because it is so compelling, just looking at the investments made, and so we can talk about fisheries. And I want to say something about the Marigot Fisheries Complex, because it was, remember, for Marigot raised it. Very interesting points, good observations. But there are some things that have to be taken into account, obviously. And it is something that I think should be on the table for discussion. We had this a long time ago. I had the great fortune of being the Minister of Fisheries at the time when we were negotiating the contract for that project. And, you know, it was a significant investment, about $10 million US. But what is even more important to say, and you, member for the Marigot constituency, you need to acknowledge the fact that in addition to getting the government of Japan, and we have to express our gratitude to them, to financing that facility, when it got damaged by Hurricane Maria, we were able, and thanks to Minister Defoe, who was then Chief Fisheries Officer, who played his role in that, and the minister at the time, who moved quickly to ensure that under the guidance of our Prime Minister, we were able to get the government of Japan to return to Dominica to invest again, grant funding to repair that facility. That is what we're talking about here. And we are making our own contribution, counterpart funding, into that facility. So over 8 million EC dollars went in there after Hurricane Maria, in addition to the 27 million that we invested to construct it. So that is the kinds of things that we're looking at. The same for Roseau Fisheries Complex. And then we talk about, you know, something else I find very interesting in this Dominica. There were no fisheries complexes. there was no real hospital to talk about in Maritime. And we built them, and all of a sudden, we're being bit on them. As if people forget that. Sometimes we forget how Dominica was, before labor. And especially before the last 15 years. Because we've come such a long way, we've done so much that people tend to forget. But, my friend, I want to go back to the estimate. And I heard Senator Douglas spoke about the grammar school and Taiwan. Boy, I thank God for the day that Roosevelt Skerrit called me and told me, comrade, we switch into the PRC, Boy, them fellas were stingy, tight. And you were talking about a school funded by Taiwan. But the most we get from Taiwan is a good pineapple and corn and $2 million a year. Pawpaw, they did very good in the pawpaw. It was good. and then they messed up the indigenous species, varieties. My friend, you were with us, man. You know the thing. You and I went to Taiwan together. We went to Taipei, we went to Kaohsiung. The fellas, they give us tea. They bring us in a museum. Enough. If you really want to go, let's go Beijing, brother. Come back home and let's go Beijing. I'll bring you Beijing. So I don't know, man. My friend, man. I know you always wanted to be knitting. Bruce, don't leave it for you, but come, man, come back home, man. Come, yeah, of course. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at another theme here. Investments in human capital we spoke about. That's one thing. Training, education, investments in schools and facilities. Training, great stuff. But we're talking about investments, economic, financial investments the government made. And I want to thank my colleague, the member for the Collier constituency, Honorable Pinard, for his brilliant explanation about the subscription of the ordinary shares at NBD that I think some people were questioning. And of course, we understand the concern that you raised, Senator Douglas, but clearly I hope you accept that education we got from the member of the Collier constituency. But I think what should not be, the point that we should not miss is that the government actually had money to make that investment, $8 million. That was even more than them fellas supplementary in 1990. $8 million were able to make that investment. So that is money well spent. And these are important institutions of the state that we need to ensure that they're in good fiscal health. And the only reason we're able to get overdraft converted to loan is because the bank know that we will pay. And we have paid. And we have brought down the overdraft significantly within manageable limits, even lower than what the parliament has approved. And that is commendable. But let's talk about investments. DOMLEC. I want to say a few things about DOMLEC, because we all know what we went through. We know the story. I don't need to rehash. I don't need to repeat what happened, the sale of DOMLEC by the then administration, the UWP administration. A grave injustice to the people of Dominica. I think they sold it at a price that was almost a giveaway to the guys. But we came in and we decided, in order to secure Dominica's power supply, electricity, and to prepare us for the transition into renewable energy, we had to make that investment. We've always felt that this is one company that the people of Dominica should control. And we worked, and I can tell you, because I worked personally on this, since 2018, we started negotiating. After Hurricane Maria, we gave them a chance to restore the lines and to get back. And they came to us with an amount that I will not disclose except to say that it was 3 times what we paid for. That's how they started. And we pushed back. And we got advisors on board. And we negotiated over a period of time. And I remember when we came with what I thought was, a pretty reasonable figure. And I called the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister, and he told me, comrade, we have to do better than that. We went back, We made our justification, we made our case, and were able to agree on $5 million US. $5 million US. And more importantly, we were able to pay $1 million on signing. And what you see there, the 2.7 million is Caribbean dollars. That is the payment arrangement that we entered into. So through Treasury notes, we're able to agree to pay twice a year for 2 years to ensure that we cover the remaining $4 million so we can have the 52% of the shares which were owned by Emera. Now that has helped me tremendously as the one who's been pushing our geothermal project. It means that it's easier for us to settle an agreement for the purchase of the power, which will be produced in the Roosevelt Valley, to get throughout Dominica. It gives us more breathing space during the surge in fuel prices, that we're able to take action without having to negotiate any position with Emera, and everybody in Dominica has benefited from that. That's the kind of things we are approving here. These are the investments that we're making. And we could not put this on the budget, my friend. We could not, because we did not know when we were going to conclude negotiations. And we did not know what would have been the final amount under the negotiations, and therefore could not have made provisions for it. So we were able to do this for the people of Dominica, and I'm very happy that I was able to play my small part in the process. Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the leader of the opposition, as I said, and it's refreshing, I must say. I don't know for those of you on our side, but I find this very refreshing. You come here, you see young people trying and, taking a shot at this, and it was good. The spirit was good as well. I find the exchanges were good, taken in good spirits, here and there. But the leader of the opposition, a member for Salisbury constituency, criticized us for abandoning the farmers in Salisbury constituency. I'm sorry to say, but that is not so. The facts don't agree with you.
10 more minutes. 10 more minutes.
Thank you. It's not me, but the facts don't agree with you. Because I know for a fact, and the Minister of Agriculture mentioned, that we invested $2 million from our own money in Timakushi Road. Now, I know the area. I'm from St. Joe. I know the area. I was Minister of Agriculture. I remember going there. And I know we spent money there before, and we spent money there, and we spent money there. I just hope that this time around we can do something different, because that area has some serious challenges. And that was invested in the first quarter of 2020, $2 million from our local funds. But more importantly, around 2018, under the BAM, $8 million went into the Mon to Oja Road. $8 million. Now, we are investing right now 2.8 in the Cowham Road. Now, the Cowham Road also benefits Salisbury farmers. We are one when it comes to our agriculture. We pass up, you go Cuba Road, you pass up, you go, the road collapsed at some point. And we are now investing another 2.8 million. Now, that road, I don't know. We really have to look at it seriously, because some good money passed there, Good money passed there. Since my time, I know we put money there. 4.8. Oh, sorry, 4.8, not 2.8. Sorry, 4.8. That's a big difference. We invested money there. When Kelva was there, we invested money. So we have been investing on that road over the years, and it also is to benefit the farmers in the Salisbury constituency. But I just heard from my good friend that they are now looking at investing about $500,000 in irrigation system improving the irrigation system for your farmers. So you need to run on to Salisbury and find out what is going on, because the rock vegetable farmers, their irrigation system will be upgraded to ensure that the 40 of them can benefit more. So we are helping the farmers in the Salisbury constituency. Don't be misled, and don't do like those before you, who came here to make deba rather than representing the interests of their people. So I think it is very important that you know what is going on. But Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few words on electoral reform. Because I don't know, that one I just hate. First of all, I never liked the term. reform. Because you always feel as if a thing mash up. It is broken beyond repair, and you have to come with some reform to just transform it, to fix it, because it was so bad. The allegations that have been made, election after election, have never been substantiated, even after 25 election petitions. After every election since 2005. And after having had observer missions from the most reputable and even those who were not friendly with us come to Dominica from 2009 on the invitation of our Prime Minister for every election and have concluded that the elections represented the will of the people. Free and fair elections. What they have done is to highlight some areas where we can improve. And it's not because the thing is broken, not that people voting. Where we get this nonsense from? Well, I'm glad you have made it clear that you're not in that. I mean, we are not trying to fix a broken system. What we are seeking to do is to modernize the system. And I totally agree with our Prime Minister when he said that we have gotten the report from Sir Dennis Byron. We will take the report to the people, and the people will determine what the system should look like. I agree with that. Because we are giving the world the impression. I had to go to the OAS, and you remember that. You've seen the video. You saw the fellows who were attacking me. And don't worry with them, you know. I was ambassador, now I come back as foreign minister. I go in America behind them, you know. I know them. I know all of them. I know all of them. Because I always wanted to lodge a complaint. Because these are the guys who went to the OAS and sought to destroy Dominica's name and attack me personally. I'll not tell you what the things they said to me. But I myself is from Backstreet St. Drive from to myself, don't afraid nobody. But the fellows come talking and giving the world impression that we're still in elections. As if dead people voting and fellows doing all sorts of funny things. That's absolute nonsense. So I never agreed with this reform. We need to modernize the system, I agree. Let us please our partners. Let us work with the recommendations they've given us. And let us modernize the system to ensure that we can prevent fraud in the future. Because it's not happening now. To respond to the concerns, but two people cannot determine an election. But bring them, if you have the cases, bring them. But I'm saying this because I want to give my support, and I hope that as the Prime Minister promised, when we come to the Parliament, we can get this done and over with. Because we need to stop the debate. But I have the feeling that this guy is, it's like the boogeyman. You have to make your children afraid, so when you tell them something, they have to run and hide. You always have to let them believe there's a boogeyman. So I think it is for them their talking point. It is the thing that keeps them relevant. So you can walk around Roseau every Wednesday or whatever it is that they do. It keeps them relevant, so they don't want it. They're asking for it, but they don't want it. Because they know whenever it is done, they have nothing else to talk about. And that is why they keep pushing it. And that's why the investments we've made...
5 more minutes.
Thank you. That's why the investments we've made in modernization of the electoral process is something that we need to remind people of. And then when we get to the Parliament, to make the changes that will be required to modernize the process, to ensure that we can fall in line with best practices throughout the world, we hope that this will be the end of that debate. Mr. Speaker, in going back to the supplementary estimate, just one thing I want to reference, and that is the $9 million that we invested under the 11th EDF, Feeder Road Rehabilitation Program, of which 7.8 million came from grant funding from the EU, and the 1.2 million from local funds. I want to thank the ministries involved because my farmers in the Makato area were able to benefit from that investment. And I can tell you, I rode really nice. But we have more work to do. As I've said to the minister, we need another almost $500,000 to complete the other side of the road, the other section of the road, to ensure that we have full access to all the land in that area. We have seen what it has done for the farmers, and you could hear from them yourselves when you visit. But we appreciate that investment and look forward to additional amounts so that we can expand farming in the Makato area. Soon we'll be going to the Mopo area to ensure that the farmers on the other side of the ridge would be able to have the same kind of quality access to their facilities. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary appropriation before us today, once again, I just want to say, reflects a responsible government, a government that has not only promised the people of Dominica a reset, but had already been setting the foundation for that reset. A reset that seeks to refocus, re-emphasize, and in some ways to expand some of the work that we've been doing, ensuring that we can continue aggressively with some of the social programs that we have been well known for, but moving forward to ensure that we can bring new attention to some areas of expansion, especially agriculture, value added, fisheries, especially utilizing our vast exclusive economic zones of 200 miles to ensure that we can transform and take full advantage of the opportunities under the blue economy, and to ensure that we can create more opportunities for more Dominicans to improve their lives. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Prime Minister, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, morning to all. I rise to give an 11-minute contribution to the supplementary appropriation before us. But before I do that, I want to commend the new members on the government side who certainly gave a very good account of themselves. Not only with the articulation, but also with the content of the presentation. And I always lament that there's so many things this government is doing, but our only problem is that we don't boast about it or about them. And I think the people of Dominica certainly appreciate it. And of course, all my colleagues who are returning, this is their usual contribution to the House, and of course providing guidance to the younger ones. And so I do hope that that tradition will continue, and I have every confidence that it will continue. But as the father of the House and the leader of the Democratic Party, I feel a personal sense of accomplishment because of the quality of candidates that the Democratic Party has been able to attract over successive elections. And so I believe not only is the present of Dominica bright, but the future of Dominica is even brighter with these young people. I also have congratulated the members on the other side, and I do hope that we can work together. This house is a place where we have to research, and if we do not know, we ask a question, and the facts will be given to us. So we have to be cautious and caution against, bringing in things that we hear and not doing our own research and satisfying ourselves that it is what it is. And I've engaged some of them outside of this house and some other things, and so I won't respond to the things that were said, in the effort to guide and to assist in their own development. And that's to say to us that when we're in the House, this is the highest some authority in the land, where legislation is drafted and etc. And so what we say in the House carries weight, and people take note of it. And this is why in the rules it cautions us against aspersions, imputing improper motives, etc., etc. Because while you have the privileges of protection, those privileges are also constrained insofar as what you say. And so I want to say to all of us that if something is not true, we should not say it. When you went to vote, you were not faithful. And if you were not faithful, you should not say it in the hall because it's not true. And if you're saying that you were faithful, who instilled fear in you? And so we have to be very careful against this. The other thing I want to caution us against is, if we say we're talking about something that is important and serious, a la the Marigold Hospital, for example, be careful about trivializing what you say, or trivializing the importance of the hospital by our use of language, our intonations, our tone. That, that we maybe want to say this to satisfy people who are not inside the house. And so I want to caution against this. But Mr. Speaker, when you look at the supplementary appropriations and what these monies were spent on, and taken into context the global realities that we face, sometimes people want to forget that this country was hit by a Category 5 hurricane, which impacted 226% of our GDP, which impacted our housing stock to the tune of close to $1 billion, decimated our agriculture, rendered our infrastructure redundant, with a significant percentage of the population, especially in the private sector, out of work because there are no businesses to go to work to. And then 2 years later, 3 years later, you were hit by even a worse disaster, the COVID-19 pandemic, which lingered on to 2021, 2022, and you're still feeling the impacts of it. And while you were seeing some positive movements in 2022, say with revenues, etc., then here comes the Russia-Ukraine war. That has caused a significant challenge to every country in the world. So you have a compounded situation. We couldn't stop COVID, and we can't stop the Russia-Ukraine war. So every country in the world now is concerned about a recession, because they thought that with the winter season coming in, that the war would have subsided. That's when people are digging in. It's getting even more intense, and the situation that's confronting the world is getting even more precarious, more challenging, more difficult. And so when you look at what we're doing in this country, it is almost, in a sense, magical. Magical. That notwithstanding all of these challenges, this government did not send one person home. This government did not tell the people who need housing, my brothers and sisters, well, COVID there, Russia-Ukraine war, no more homes. We did not tell the many people who are creating opportunity for themselves with small business support, that it is not the government's responsibility to provide funding to any small business owner. We didn't tell the hundreds of fishermen who got boats and outboard motors, go and take a twine and a hook and go on the rock and fish. No, we gave them boats. We gave them outboard motors. We didn't tell the private sector that nowhere in the world a government pays the salaries for private sector employees. But in the difficult times, we provided monies to the private sector to pay their staff. Because the principal position of the Democratic Labour Party is that we must always, at every opportunity, maintain the dignity of a human being, especially the head of the household, to be able to bring something home to the family and to take care of his children. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. I heard the senator speak about cocoa. And if I were the one assisting him with drafting his comments, I would say, why don't you, if you say you're a professional, you're coming to look at things differently, you could have angled your contribution differently. You could come here and boast about the fact that you are a cocoa farm. You are doing a number of great things where cocoa is concerned, and urging the rest of Dominicans to engage themselves in the planting and the growing of cocoa. That's what it is. Because, Mr. Speaker, the importation of a significant number of cocoa beans is an indication that more people have gone into the processing of cocoa in Dominica and adding value to it, to the point where we cannot supply the domestic demand, and therefore we have to import to supplement the domestic demand. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, people making money in cocoa. No pun intended, Mr. Speaker. People making money. But hear this. Hear this. In the last 3 years, the government distributed to farmers at highly subsidized prices, and in some cases free of cost, over 20,000 cocoa seedlings. Over 20,000 cocoa seedlings. And the private sector entities who are involved in the propagation of cocoa plants, they sold 12,500 cocoa seedlings in the last 3 years, making for over 33,000 cocoa seedlings. And my understanding from the agricultural experts, Mr. Speaker, you have to plant it 12 by 12. Well, I don't plant things 12 by 12 and 20 by 25. I don't plant for that. So I plant 5 by 5 and 8 by 8 and 5 by 8, etc. Maximize the use of the land. You prune. So if you go to what the Ministry of Agriculture is suggesting, 12 by 12, and you have about 300 or so cocoa plants per acre, understand how many acreage, how many acres of land that we have developed with cocoa. But on top of that, Senator Douglas, the Ministry of Agriculture has also assisted with the improvement to existing cocoa farms, 75 acres of existing cocoa farms, to go in there, to clean the lands, to clean the trees, remove the vines from them, prune them, fertilize them. Support to farmers. And we are continuing to make even additional investments in cocoa because we understand the importance of it to the economy and to many rural enterprises, cottage industries, young people who are involved in it, and who are doing tremendous work where cocoa is concerned. We talk about citrus, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Agriculture is revolutionizing. They're pushing even more with provision of plants. I just bought, they sell to me, Mr. Speaker, yes? I just bought 75 seedless lime to plant. 75. I wanted more, but they couldn't give me more. For me to plant, to add to what I have. And when you look at the investments here in agriculture, I mean, this is extraordinary, the productive sector. 8 million by there, Mr. Speaker, 5 million by there, $5.5 million. Significant investment in agriculture. Ensuring for food security, empowerment, especially the rural economy. Providing people with direct support, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at COVID, Mr. Speaker, just in these supplementary estimates, we're talking about $25 million to fight COVID. $25 million by way of supplementary appropriation. And so when people come and talk about, well, you should have planned this thing, you budget, but what do I do when the Ministry of Health say, well, we need more testing kits, or we need more doctors to go at the Portsmouth facility, or we have increased number of patients and therefore we need more people to cook and to provide meals? Do I tell them, well, let's wait, let's say that is in January. Do I tell them, well, wait for July? Do we say wait to July? The budget is in July, so my brother. I mean, wait, who die? It can't be that. And so, Mr. Speaker, when the money comes, the government is going to leave it in the bank when people need it. We spend it. And as the Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated, some of these funds are grant funding. And sometimes they may be slow in coming, or maybe late in coming. And so when they come, we grab it and we spend it. So it can help the economy. So if we come in there to be informed and to be educated and to engage in a dialogue, let's ask the question and not cast aspersions. Let us not come here with self-fulfilling prophecies. This is not where we're here to fulfill the prophecies of the people who are out there, not there. And if we come in to speak about ourselves, the rules require us to declare that. This is not calypso, don't mask it. Don't mask it, Mr. Speaker. And so, these monies are well spent, and we are excited about this, Mr. Speaker. We talk about housing. Tremendous sums of money spent on housing, improving the circumstance of people. And when questions have been asked about local contractors, all of these homes are being built by local contractors. Would somebody always want to make more money? I agree with them. I agree. The more you can make in a project, it's better for the contractor. I agree. But we can't pretend that a fact which exists doesn't exist. And so it would have been better if one would say, well, that project I believe should have been given to a Dominican. This project should have been given to a Dominican, and then we can explain to you as maybe why a Dominican did not get it. But to put a net over the entire thing and not categorizing them is not a fair approach to take, Mr. Speaker. Now, on the issue of electoral reform, there's not much I should say. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has indicated opposition, and I spoke yesterday. There's firm commitment on this. I'm hoping that very soon, once we get the report from the commissioner, I can sit with the leader of the opposition, and we can agree this is what we should go into Parliament with. And then I'm hoping that you could join me in the public consultations, presenting a joint parliamentary position on where we believe electoral reform should come. But I want to say to some people out there who say, well, Scary say he going because electoral reform coming. Because he afraid of electoral reform. I am telling them that they don't want to challenge me, you know. Because I only need just 2 of them to challenge me and to Scary, stay for the next election. And just 2 of them I want you to tell me, Scary, if you man stay for the next election, Mr. And I will stay. And I will stay. Because whether electoral modernization or not, we all know that Labour will still be the best choice in the. You understand? And I see my friend of long time, member of Parliament Mary got smiling there, in information, you know. You see what I'm saying? Because you always say you're a Labour man. You see what I'm saying? But we're all friends in there. Whether you're a Labour man or you're independent, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. The point I'm making is that we'll work with you. You understand? We'll work with you to continue to help bring development to the Margaret people. And somebody reference about housing for Margaret. So far spent and ongoing in Marigot, where housing is concerned, for the last 2 years, is over $7.4 million. And I can give you names of beneficiaries, whether it's for the eradication of pit latrine, whether it's for repairs of homes or new homes. I can get to you, because I gave that response to the former PAL rep last year in the budget response. How much we spend in Marigot and spending. So if we don't spend time in Marigot, and it's only passing through when we go to the airport or back from the airport, then ask me a question about Marigot now. Senator Thomas, ask me, I'm Henderson, ask me a question, I'll tell you. We're spending money inside there, and we'll continue to spend, because Marigot, like every other place, is part of Dominic. It's part of Dominic. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do what we have to do for this country, notwithstanding the challenge and difficult times that we live in. The imported inflation that we have to confront on a daily basis. And what we have done to help cushion the impact on the people of Dominic. It's not easy. Just imagine you run your little business. Just imagine you run your little farm. Just imagine you have 5 people employed. And the sheer challenges. Far more to run a country which doesn't have natural resources outside of its people. But no one can contest, Mr. Speaker, that this government has delivered and continues to deliver for the people of Dominica. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, people are going to the aid bank in droves to get monies from the $27 million that we have there. So far, Mr. Speaker, over $10 million have been loaned out to people. There are some who believe that they can just go by the aid bank and say, I come for money. Or don't fill the forms, don't bring the invoices. That's not how a bank operates. So to say I go there and they look at me, because you didn't have all the documents. Senator from Salisbury, you don't have all the documents. When you have all the documents, you satisfy the requirements, bam, approve. Check in your hand. Check in your hand. But you can't just go there, I want money, I come for money. Scary say they have money there and let just money. This is not how it's done. You have to go in there, have an interview, fill a form, documents, their checklist, and you submit that, and the loans officer go for it, they see whether you can pay, they see whether you are owing too many people that you cannot pay them, all of these things that they do. But the money is there to help people build small businesses. My friend from the Paybush constituency, spoke about the number of agro-processors in the country and what they do. And so we have to move away in this country from this culture of negativism and start highlighting the positive that we see among us while we seek to address the concerns that we may have. This is what it is supposed to be. And this is what I hope in this new dispensation, that we will engage ourselves in those conversations. There are many things I could respond to, I said. But I had the opportunity last night at dinner to speak to some of those issues with my colleagues on the other side, and I will adopt that approach going forward. So that if you want to be educated, I can assume that you want to be. If you want to be educated, I am at your disposal to be engaged. But we have to caution ourselves that we don't bring with us this preconceived animosity that remains underlying within our psyche, and then it comes up. My final advice, because I'm speaking for 11 minutes, 10 minutes now. So I will end in this, Mr. Speaker. That in this business of public office, everyone of us will have people who would write for us and advise and so on. But at the end of the day, it is you who will be delivering it. And therefore, let your conscience guide you as to, are the people using you to push their agenda, or are they helping you develop yourself? So my caution to you on the other side, and I'm saying so the greatest sense of sincerity, I have nothing to gain by it, honestly, personally. Because people know me. I can stand and defend myself and defend this government anywhere in the world. Not in Liquid Dominica, I can do it. Do not allow people who have an entrenched sense of animosity, hatred, and a disgust of our country to use you as a proxy. Without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Without fear or favor, affection or ill will. And so let all of us be guided by our consciences and the reason why we're here. And finally, on this is why I cautioned there, because I cautioned Senator Harris about this notion that who knows he was not faithful or voter. And I believe it's important for you, and Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated that. I want to repeat it. It's important for you to say for yourselves whether elections were free and fair in Dominica, whether elections were carried out legally and constitutionally in Dominica. Because if you say no, as far as the lawyers tell me, that if you benefit from stolen goods, you get a higher charge. You get a higher charge. If you're in receipt of stolen goods, you get a higher charge. So be careful what you say, because it will be reflected upon you. Senator, the Honorable Sean, you have all the names, don't you, Sean? Well, like you must have many names. I mean, come on, come here with the Sean. You must have some, Williamson or something, Sean. But, so I'm here in a cordial spirit and so I can tell you with the greatest sense of sincerity, I have nothing personal against any one of you. I don't even know some of you before yesterday. And as I'm saying, but I want to embrace you because we're all in this parliament together doing the business of Dominica. That's all I'm on. So You either choose to extend your hand to my extended hand or keep your hands in your pocket. It's your choice. And I am prepared to use the 23 years I am here to also share with you my experiences so that you can build yourself if you truly have an interest in serving the people of this country diligently, dutifully, and to the best of your abilities. And I do hope that we can all release ourselves with any negative spirit or anything like this and come here with smiles, not to look vexed. Because those who used to be vexed from the other side, the wind have taken them away. And come back, they shall not. They shall not. So while you're here, let us all have a different attitude and aptitude. Let us bring back the days when Earl Williams was there as leader of the opposition. When Mr. Edison James was there as leader of the opposition. That we could banter each other, but we go out there and talk and joke, and we go upstairs and have dinner. The last 8 years was not that. It was one of acrimony and all of the negatives. But the Lord, as I said, always worked in mysterious ways. And so he has moved that out. And he has appointed you to have a different attitude and a different approach to this. Because if you maintain that which was there before, you will not survive. You will not survive. And so, take it as you wish, but also say this is sincere advice given to you and to all of us in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I just rise to conclude on our debate session. I must confess, we had a very interactive session, both sides of the House. Their contributions, their deliberations, well taken and in good spirit as well. My job is very easier today, this morning, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon actually, because I think all the members have expressed the more important and salient features in this supplementary appropriation bill. But I still want to just touch on a few of them, just to elaborate on a few points. But first, when we talk about this supplementary appropriation, we have to contextualize things, and we have to see the time that this comes in. And it is important to recognize that this government has never been a government of loans, so to speak, because in previous years, the supplementary appropriations, for instance, in 2016 to 2017, 0% were loans in the supplementary appropriation. And then came Maria in 2017, so from 2017 to 2018, only 6% was loans. And 2018 to 2019, 0% again was loans. If we go from 2019 to 2020, Mr. Speaker, only 3% of the supplementary appropriations were loans. What I'm getting at is, most of these funds are from local sources and from grants. And as was mentioned before, obviously getting grants if you have a certain reputation in international organizations. But in 2020-21, it actually even was just 1% of the supplementary appropriation came from loans. So what this is telling you is that all along, it's basically grant and local sources for funding the supplementary appropriations. And even after COVID and with the war in Ukraine, we're coming this year, 2021, 2022, and only 13% is loans. So this just tells you how responsible this government has been in terms of raising funds and in terms of using the funds wisely to address the needs of the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, and you have to look at it, there are countries, they never had Maria. And when COVID came, they were crying and they were complaining, and you could see the hardship in those countries. We had Maria, and in spite of this, we could still manage to be one of the best to have handled COVID in the region and the world, in spite of Maria. So, and countries that they never had a Maria and they could even function under COVID. So you have to look at, in spite of all these shocks that we keep getting, these exogenous shocks, whether it's climate events, etc., we still manage to be a responsible government and still manage to provide for the people. And in all of these supplementary appropriations that we've been dealing with for the past, well, yesterday and today, resilience is an important part in all of these different measures, in all the different sectors that we've mentioned. Whether it's financial resilience, the fiscal resilience, you saw how the investments in the DOMLEC as well as the investments into the NBD. But the thing about the NBD, Mr. Speaker, the bank tells you how many allocations you have to get for it to maintain a certain percentage of shares. The bank did tell us as a government, we got our shares. So if the other stakeholders are not getting their shares accordingly for their percentages, that is why Honorable Pinard was explaining the little fluctuation that can be present. But we were responsible enough, and we did get the shares that we were supposed to get so that we can maintain our percentage. And that was just responsible government as well. Also, the investment in DOMLEC brings us to the same point. And let alone all of these other things here, in terms of the due diligence, the funds in the appropriation that is paid for due diligence for CBI program is very important. That is money well spent. Because obviously you have to be judged on the different criteria for us to remain number one in the CBI index. And this is an important part of being ranked number one every time, our due diligence. So money spent on due diligence is money well spent, because that is what continues our CBI program, that is what continues our rating, and that is one of our main breadwinners in this country. These are some of the local resources, the local funds that we're talking about, which is funding all these different measures in the supplementary appropriation bill that we brought here yesterday. And so, and let alone the fiscal resilience that we're talking about, it's all about the money that is being spent, Mr. Speaker, that is in the productive sector as well. You heard the Minister of Agriculture when he mentioned the amount of money being spent on feeder roads to give us access to agricultural land. We amount to $5 million in terms of tools and equipment. In terms of the agricultural science building, all about having species that are more resistant and the productivity, increasing the productivity. So all of this goes in terms of the productive sector. So it's not just something you're doing now to remedy something now, but these are the seeds that have been planted and the fruits we shall reap 5-10 years down the line. So that is a forward thinking and a proactive government, and this is what all these measures in this supplementary appropriation is dealing with. Let alone resilience, in the fiscal resilience and addition into the productive sector, all the different measures there, these are things that address people's quality of life as well, Mr. Speaker. When we look at all the different measures, the funds being spent for Yes We Care. This is for elderly citizens. This is a government that concerns about the people. We have the people at heart. This is a caring government. So funds being spent here in the supplementary appropriation for things like the Yes We Care, even for the people living with disabilities. It's riddled all in the supplementary appropriation. What about all the different funds we're spending on youth and the funds we're spending on streamlining gender? Also, all the funds being spent on the NEP. It's not just a matter of cleaning up the area. These people, they're dignified now. They have a job. They provide for their families. So it's more than just resilience in the other areas, but it's also providing quality of life and comfort for our people. Look at housing. That is how you empower people. Proper housing. And in terms of the housing and the contractors for housing, for instance, in my constituency in Trafalgar, we have another 16 units that we're building. All the contractors are from the Rosa Valley. 2 from Mount Prospect, 2 from Wharton Wavern, we have 1 from Trafalgar, 1 from Shawford. And all that stays within the constituency. All the contractors are pretty happy, and it's all people from the constituency are working on those projects, Mr. Speaker. So this is just how the money gets trickled down to the common man in terms of the employment from even the housing program. Besides providing, climate resilient housing for the people and catering for the people, but it also brings food on the table for the very same people. We can go a little further in terms of security, even in the appropriation bill here. The amount of money we're spending from the Ministry of National Security, that is to provide safety and comfort for our people. This is how we spend in all these monies to provide for the quality of life for the people of Dominica. So, I mean, there's a bigger picture in terms of spending in the productive sector. There's also spending into our fiscal resilience, but it's also just trickling down to the quality of the common man in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, in terms of education, we see all the CRRP plus the 1.8 million spent on repairing the schools. We see the money being spent on curriculum development. We see the money being spent on training teachers, and all that is just building capacity, and all that is just preparing for the future. As a matter of fact, we are now engaged in UNICEF in terms of redesigning and transforming our education system. So we keep doing it, and that is because we are a pragmatic government. We do something, and if we see we can do it better and we can adjust to make it better, then we be very pragmatic in our approach and we adjust accordingly. So this is why with our pragmatism as a government, you will always get all these different things riddled in the supplementary appropriation bill that we're discussing. So everything is connected. For instance, health, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister clearly explained, someone is sick, you have to deal with someone. You cannot wait for a budget to deal with someone. But in terms of the Marigot Hospital, we've been adjusting things, actually from scratch, we've been changing things within the Marigot Hospital, just to make sure that we get a really perfect and the state-of-the-art hospital that we want for the people of that region. And not just that region, for the entire country, because we all pass and travel through the Marigot region. But, and then one of the little delays was in terms of getting all the equipment. Remember when the war in Ukraine started and we had the logistics of shipping, etc. So actually 8 containers of equipment, that was the delay. That was one of the delays why we couldn't get the equipment on time. Eventually the equipment did come on time, and then when we discussed with the vendors as to get the technical people and the biomedical engineers to come and mount up this stuff for us, that has been one of the little delays. But what we're going to do with this particular hospital, it's going to be maybe one of the first of its kind in the region, in the sense that we have a primary care aspect attached to a tertiary care aspect. So it's an area you can go in the day and you can get all the different services, whether it's dental, whether it's pharmacy, whether it's lab, etc., which has a primary care component, which will actually feed into the tertiary care. But that will be one of the first of its kind in the region. So it's something we want to do properly, and we're not going to just open for opening's sake. It has to be done properly. So that is the little delay, and obviously it will be done shortly. We're in contact with the vendors and the technical people and the biomedical engineers. We'll be coming down so that they can set up all the equipment, and we can have a full-fledged hospital working both primary, both tertiary, and that's one of the first of its kind in the region. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, Mr. Speaker. That is well on its way, and that will be done as well. Then if we were to go a little further, even all the different money in this supplementary appropriation that's spent on the surveys. As a matter of fact, some of our SDGs, in some of them, one of the issues was we had a lack of information. And that is where the money being spent in the digital economy will help in getting the data to actually for us to assess 8 of these SDGs that we're lacking in. And that is all the money being spent in the population survey, which is always going to feed that information so we can address our SDGs in a more appropriate way. And so you have to look at the broader picture of how things have been, how the money is being spent in the supplementary appropriation, all towards fiscal resilience, all towards people's quality of life, all towards looking at the future and the productive sector. So it's many things being put together, Mr. Speaker, but it is important to note that all the funds for the supplementary appropriation, most of it is from local sources and from grant sources. So it's not a matter of loan. We've never been a government of just taking loans all the time, every time. And so when you look at all of this, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be very proud of how we've managed this amount of money and how we put back all of this money into the welfare and into the empowerment and the building of our country and the people in general. Having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, I think we should definitely be very happy. Let me thank all the members on both sides who contributed to the discussion here, the deliberations. And that being said, I think we can proceed. And we should feel comfortable that this was money well spent for Dominica and for the people of Dominica.
This concludes the debate on the supplementary estimates. The supplementary estimate shall now be referred to a committee of supply of the whole House. House is in committee. Head D21, which is Office of the President. The question is that a sum of 48,997 for D21 stand part of the supplementary estimate. Those in favor? House. House resume. I have to report that the supplementary estimate have passed through the Committee of Supply of the whole House without amendments. So first now, the question now before we pass. The question is that the estimate for $235,717,376.20 be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Supplementary estimate has been approved.
Bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Act 2023, be read a first time.
Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Act 2023.
The bill has been read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Act 2023.
Do it again. No. Put it on. Yes.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the supplementary appropriation bill to the House.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022 Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time. Which one?
Appropriation 2021-2022, Act 2023.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022 Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, say it.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Yes, sir.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be suspended until 2:30 this afternoon.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 2:30 this afternoon. Those in favor? Those against? House stand suspended until 2:30 p.m.
I move the second reading for the bill shortly entitled the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023. I need a second.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, in his 2022-2023 budget address delivered on July 26, 2022, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance proposed a number of amendments to the Value Added Tax, that's VAT, Act Chapter 6708 of the 2017 Revised Laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, these amendments include A, an increase in the number of VAT-free units from 100 kilowatt hours to 150 kilowatt hours of electrical energy provided by Dominica Electricity Services Limited, DOMLEC, to domestic consumers for billing period with effect from August 1, 2022, and the zero rating of VAT on fuel surcharge payable to DOMLEC with effect from August 1, 2022. These two measures are intended to cushion the negative impact of higher global oil prices on the domestic cost of electricity. The exemption, that's B now, the exemption of VAT on agricultural tools and potting soil with effect from September 1, 2022 to support government's efforts in achieving increased production in agriculture. C, the exemption of VAT on the import of pleasure crafts and engines of pleasure crafts with effect from September 1, 2022 to further stimulate yachting activities, help diversify and sustain the economy, and create another avenue for recreation. Mr. Speaker, our citizens have begun realizing significant savings from these measures. In particular, the reduction in the VAT payable on electricity. Many voiced their gratitude to the government. Collectively, we face increasingly challenging economic times, resulting in reduced household earnings and increased costs for basic necessities such as food and gasoline. It is our hope that the savings from the DOMLEC bill will help offset some of these additional costs. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the Honorable House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
I rise to give support to the amendment of the Value Added Tax Act, and I would start. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask permission to move again with issue regarding my visibility.
Permission granted. You didn't like the last seat, or you prefer there? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that will do. I believe yesterday in my intervention, I made the visibility very clear over the waves and the media, Mr. Speaker. So I think that's enough for me now. In specifically to this, the amendments, and there are 6 clauses, and the amendment number 6 to amend the specific areas for VAT exemption on pressure crafts and marine propulsion engines on 2 specific tariffs, custom tariffs heading. And again, I understood that the House is a place for learning, not only debate, but for those of us who are not familiar, the headings 89, I believe, speaks to the vessels and 84 to the engines. And these engines that we're talking about are both what is so-called outboard engines, or in the tariffs they are described as spark ignition engines, combustion engines, and inboard engines, which a lot of the larger vessels use, which are internal combustion engines. And as minister responsible for the blue economy, this has a direct impact and influence on my ministry in a very positive light. And I should say, even this is presented by the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance, I believe my ministry and myself is the one that will gain a lot of the benefits from it, and I'm very grateful for this initiative by the Ministry of Finance. In the blue economy, yachting sector is one of the priority areas for development. And for those of us, again, for information's sake and education, who are not familiar with the term the blue economy, it is the use of the marine space, the ocean as we know it, for the greater benefit of the economy other than the traditional sectors, which is like maritime transport, fishing, and so on. And the last important line of the blue economy, in the most sustainable way. So, Mr. Speaker and Honorable House, we see expansion of the yachting industry, and in addition, the water sports industry to be a vital component of that development under the blue economy. And hence, this measure by the Ministry of Finance will, what I will call, will unleash the blue economy in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Again, those of us who are familiar with the water sports industry would know that there are a handful of individuals who are engaged, and some of us who are familiar would know the standard of the vessels that they operate. Some of them are not so desirable for the types of clients that we have been seeing and that we have been receiving in the past few years. And many of us would like to stay at the ocean for various reasons. For myself, it is to relieve myself of stress. I cannot stand a day without looking at the ocean, Mr. Speaker. This is where I get all my inspiration from. Yes, because I'm from Port Asia, and I was raised by the sea, I live by the sea, and I decided to remain there, so that when I'm driving the coast, when I'm driving home, I make sure that I have a limited amount of time I spend just looking at the coast driving through, but still keeping my eyes on the road, Mr. Speaker. There are a number of operators, as I mentioned, and this very important gesture will now enable these individuals and new investors and create a new capital market for people who want to invest in the water sport industry and to procure the high quality boat that is demanded by the industry. And you have seen a number of luxurious yachts visiting our bays in recent times, quite a number of them, and many times those of us who are not so privileged would not know who are on board. But we have been receiving in past times a lot of very high profile people, you know, who are citizens of this world, multi-millionaires, multi-billionaires, visiting our shores. And when they visit our shores, Mr. Speaker, they are not permitted to conduct their own operations and activities on the vessels that they come in with. And some of them, their vessels come even without them. They fly in by private jet, and they join their vessels here. So therefore, we need people in the local industry that can bring in the type of boats with the required standards so that they can benefit from these people who want to go on charters. And while they have their luxurious yacht, they do go out on charters. Some of them who go out to do scuba diving, some of them who go out to do whale watching, and some of them who are interested in doing sport fishing. And they can only do so on a local vessel. All right? So the handful of individuals whom I know in industry since this policy measure was announced is already making provision, and some of them have already made provisions to acquire much better boats. And I don't want to risk of naming names, but some of my good friends already on island with very high quality boats because of the specific incentives that came through this policy. Because they now do not have to think of paying the customs tens of thousands of dollars, because as you know, customs is a percentage, and most of these boats cost a few $100,000. So now they can invest that money they would have paid to customs and invest it in a much higher, better quality boats that meet the international standards and to cater to the type of tourist market that we are looking for, the high-end market, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of these individuals, I would like to say I'm very grateful. I throw my full support, and my ministry and the portfolio that I hold as minister responsible for the blue economy will not only support these individuals further, but we will advertise it as investment. We will advertise it as investments that local individuals can make, and they can go to the bank and get the boat that is appropriate, so that they can get the returns that is appropriate. And trust me, Mr. Speaker, the few individuals that are there, I know sometimes some people may perceive that they may operate as a cartel, but it's only a few Dominicans, who have that additional income that can invest in a pleasure craft costing a few $100,000. So now this gesture by the Ministry of Finance, by amending the VAT Act to reduce VAT and order, the policy goes even further than just the VAT, but this is the VAT Act, so we are speaking specifically to the VAT, so that these individuals can be rest assured that all of the money that it takes from the bank can go directly into the pleasure craft and do not have to necessarily spend a lot in taxes. Now, some may argue, Mr. Speaker, that why is the government giving so much incentive and that the government might risk losing revenue. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, there is no revenue to be lost by this very important gesture. Because in the first place, if you do not have this incentive, then you would never think of buying a boat anyway, so that you are not losing anything. The spill-off effects and services have much more in value than what we would have collected at the customs. So once again, I feel my full support, and to the other parts of the bill which my colleagues on this side of the House might speak on, and regarding agriculture from 100 exempted items to 150 and others, but I just wanted to make my point on this specific area of concern to me within my ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Roy, yes,
Thank
proceed.
you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make a brief contribution on the Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023, with specific reference to Schedule 2, C, 7, and 8, that is, potting soils and agricultural tools, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is evident that the government is making significant investment in agriculture in an effort to reduce the cost of production, Mr. Speaker. We know that inputs to include agricultural tools, fertilizer, animal feed, can increase the cost of production and can be sometimes onerous on our farmers, Mr. Speaker. But we think, Mr. Speaker, with us having traversed the island on our Meet the Farmers tour and speaking with the farmers on the constraints, limitations, they've expressed their concerns on some of the input duties they are paying for agricultural tools and equipment, and also other inputs that will be significant and important for production. So, Mr. Speaker, the duty-free or VAT-free concessions, Mr. Speaker, on potting soils, for example, may seem little or small for the average person, but for a farmer, it is endless. So, Mr. Speaker, I will just explain to you why I'm saying that. There are what we call soil-borne diseases, Mr. Speaker, and that affect a lot of our crops, particularly our soil-nutritious crops, which include tomatoes, peppers, potatoes, eggplants. So if you're a farmer, Mr. Speaker, I know you're one, sometime you leave your farm, a nice farm of tomatoes, bell peppers, you return home, Next morning, you go back to the farm, you see some plants are wilting. 2, 3. You wonder why. You uproot that. Next day, you go to the farm, more are wilting. So that is caused by what we call bacterial wilt or fusarium wilt, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes root work, sometimes dumpling off. These are soil-borne diseases. And Dominica, in certain areas, that is very, very dominant in our soils. So making the potting soil, or what we call peat moss, more accessible to farmers, the lower cost, by reducing the VAT, is helpful because what it does in propagation, it gives us a soilless media so that our plants can be free from a soil-borne disease. In effect, Mr. Speaker, you're going to have less loss and increase in productivity on the farm. Mr. Speaker, also, the measure on the agricultural tools and equipment, that could not be more timely because currently, it's no secret, we are faced with a farm labor issue, Mr. Speaker, where farm labor is scarce, or accessing quality farm labor is very, very difficult. At the ministry, we are looking at a multifaceted approach, Mr. Speaker, to tackle that situation, and one of the measures will be farm mechanization. So zeroing VAT or reducing the VAT on the importation of small tools and equipment such as rotovators, tillers, spades, name it, will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in addressing the farm labor issue that we are faced with. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just two measures, but if we reflect on what the government has given in the past, it's significant. A farmer saving $35,000 to $40,000 on a brand new vehicle is endless. I don't think many islands in the Caribbean offer that, Mr. Speaker. I am a farmer and I drive an FE, so I know the impact it had. My vehicle cost before the VAT stuff was $120,000, $28,000. When I left out of the dealership, I paid $90,000. So I saved $38,000, which I could invest back into the farm. Okay? So these measures are well calculated. And sometimes when I speak to certain farmers, and I'm hearing, what are we doing to assist the farmers? Sometimes these comments are not fair. Because I've done my research. There are not many countries in the Caribbean that provide all that subsidies to farmers, Mr. Speaker. And anybody in here can challenge me by doing everything themselves. So the government is doing endless to support the farming sector. And I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon, I can speak for the farmers and thank the government for increasing the number of items as it relates to agriculture on the schedule that will be zero rated VAT, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise also to make a very brief intervention, but I will choose, Mr. Speaker, to take this angle to give you some perspective into the type of thinking and the consideration of this government. Mr. Speaker, I recall a few months ago being in the worst of COVID, and people were suffering, the people of Dominica who are the most vulnerable in a long, long time. And Mr. Speaker, the government of the people, this Dominica Labour Party government, Mr. Speaker, could not sleep, could not rest, could not function, and remain idle while the people were suffering. And it is with that consideration, that reality, Mr. Speaker, that we sat around the table and we thought and we considered and asked ourselves, what could we do to alleviate the plight of the people. And Mr. Speaker, with that being said, with our principles and our attitudes of being in touch with our people, Mr. Speaker, we knew their cries, we knew their concerns. And when we analyzed, we looked closely at the numbers and the patterns in terms of the consumption and the use, Mr. Speaker, of energy and electricity, we saw a pattern that was very concerning. One where the most challenged among us, Mr. Speaker, now had to make a choice as to whether they had to turn on the lights for their children to study or turn on the fan while they were in isolation, possibly with COVID at their homes, Mr. Speaker, in a time when we needed to be most comfortable, when the doors seemed to be shutting down around us, when people in the very first days of COVID were so scared of COVID, Mr. Speaker, that we really had to cower and remain isolated in our homes. And in those times, in that period, Mr. Speaker, we needed to be more comfortable in our homes, but with rising fuel costs, we were challenged to make difficult decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, the government made choices on behalf of the people. The Dominican Labour Party administration that was formed a long time ago, putting people first. And I know we have progressed significantly over the years, Mr. Speaker, but with the new realities, even with those new realities, Mr. Speaker, we continue to be concerned about the plight of the people and upliftment of the people. So with that being said, looking at the most challenged among us, the most indigent among us, Mr. Speaker, we quickly went to action and invited different perspectives, different considerations. I recall we met with the IRC and we received 5 different considerations as to how we could make an immediate impact in the lives of our people as it relates to electricity consumption and directly their comfort. Mr. Speaker, we also had to consider the economic impacts of the decisions that we make, because we have a responsibility to be considerate of our finances every time. Mr. Speaker, among all these considerations, the one we felt at that time was most prudent was to increase from 100 kilowatt hours to 150 kilowatt hours the exemption, Mr. Speaker, on the value added tax, Mr. Speaker. And we saw, Mr. Speaker, the immediate impacts. And we have been studying the numbers after that. We've been studying the usage, and there was immediate impact. And we could see, Mr. Speaker, based on the trends, based on the consumption, that our people once more were turning on their fans again. It's a basic thing. It seems very, very basic, Mr. Speaker. But this is a party that is concerned with even the small things, because it makes the difference in the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, I said rarely, in fact, that my contribution would be very brief, but I think it's important to put into perspective the type of thinking, the type of consideration of a party that cares for the people of Dominica, particularly the least among us. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I pledge my complete support to the amendments being made and presented. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Henderson. I should say doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vince, if you wish. But you can say in the house. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Just to add my bit to where my colleague left out, I know he basically gave us some of the background on how we got to the how we responded to the high cost of fuel. I just want to focus on two main points. Well, first, just to repeat, the measure was essentially to move from 100 units, which were VAT-free, to 150 units. That is to say, kilowatt hours consumed by a household. Sometimes it's good to give context to those things. Average household, 300 kilowatt hours. Someone like me, I consume too much power, but an average household would benefit from 350 kilowatt hours. At this time last year when we took the measure, we had seen an escalation in the cost of fuel on the global market. So I want to speak about that. And the second thing is, what is the next step? Because we also zero rated the fuel surcharge, and that was a big one. But we will come to that. So just those two things I want to speak about briefly. I think it's increasingly we, as the citizens of this beautiful nature isle, have to come to the realization that there are certain things that we have no control over, and rather than, as a member of parliament I'd love to say, belly aching, we sometimes need to come to grips with the reality in which we live. And one of them, we have to look at consumption. We have to look at alternatives. We have to look at ways that we can assist ourselves. Because there is only so much the government can do. Because some people's notion of the government, whenever there is a benefit to the government, is as if to say it's those of us on this side. So when the government collects taxes, it's like we share it somewhere in the cabinet room. Oh, by the way, we don't do that, so people listening. But some people seem to get that impression. So we put in taxes on fuel because we share in it. We put taxes on fuel so that there's a revenue stream, so that we can finance schools and hospitals and security services and everything else that governments are supposed to do. And sometimes we do more. This Dominican Labour Party does more than what governments are supposed to do. We have gone beyond, above and beyond, to look out for people. So we need to come to a point where we have to recognize we don't produce fuel. We don't produce petroleum products. And we import them. The war in Ukraine, some people don't like to hear that when we say that. They think you're making excuses. But this is a reality. It affected the entire world. Everywhere. Supply chain issues. Increasing costs of freight. Because once fuel price goes up, the cost of freight goes up, the cost of goods and services will go up eventually, but especially goods. And therefore, we found ourselves taking that measure, depriving the Treasury from some revenue, as the FSNM like to say, revenue forgone. That is revenue we will not have to do some of the things that we are expected to do. So that action was taken to reduce the pressure on households and families, but also businesses. And we need to accept the fact that sometimes there are things we cannot keep. There's nothing the government can do to reduce certain costs because of the shocks, the effects that are external to us and totally outside of our control. We also are fortunate. So we talk about the challenges being on a small rock somewhere in the ocean, but there is also an upside to that. We are standing on one of the largest reservoir of geothermal power anywhere in the Eastern Caribbean. We have a potential of over 300 megawatts of power. So this little 150 we're talking about, the kilowatts hours and so forth, we can generate that ourselves. We have to make the investment. Yes, it's a massive investment, but once we've made that investment, we don't have to worry about fuel surcharge. And that is the point I want to make. We can totally eliminate fuel surcharge on our bills when we get geothermal fully online. And that is what we're working to, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me. And after we have made significant investments, we are seeing our way, and we are getting to the point where soon we will be finalizing an agreement for the actual construction of our power plants. And that will ensure that we no longer have to carry or to come to Parliament for any passage of legislation that has to worry about fuel surcharge. Because we will have enough hydropower, which does not attract fuel surcharge. And that's why we're seeing our bills going down, because Domlec, we have to thank them. They have brought the remaining hydropower plants online, and that has drastically reduced our fuel surcharge. And thank God we have a lot of rain. But we hope, of course, we're looking forward in the next 2 years when we have geothermal power. We don't have to worry about rain or sun. And it's not like solar PV either, because it will be 24/7. And that is the kind of investment our government, forward-thinking, forward-looking, is getting involved in. And I am tempted to throw a little to join my neighbor in so many ways to say it is also good for mining of cryptocurrencies. But we but it would be a great opportunity for us to be able to transform Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to once again give my support to the measure before us. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just rise briefly to conclude on the amendment to the value-added tax. We heard from the experts, we heard from our marine expert, we heard from our Minister of Agriculture, and they all explained eloquently exactly the benefits that the common man, the tradesman, and even the country as a whole would benefit from these measures. And we also heard from the expert on geothermal energy. So I wouldn't really want to repeat all what has been said. I think we all agree and we can all see the benefits that the country will reap from this simple measure here. And if we put this and we contextualize it with what was mentioned earlier in our supplementary appropriation, we just see all this combined together, and it's just a win-win for the country and the people of Dominica.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023.
The bill now stands committed to the committee of the whole House. House resumes, and the question is that I do report the bill to the House. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendments. The question is that I do report to the committee the bill to be adopted. The question is that I report The report of the committee is that the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Act 2023. Mr. Speaker, the bill before the House seeks to improve the circumstances of public officers when they leave the public service either through retirement or resignation. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that on the occasion of the 44th anniversary of independence 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister proclaimed the following. In addition, for the officers qualifying under the provisions of the Pension Act, Chapter 2380, regulations will be made to allow for the following. For the purpose of computation of gratuity and pension for officers, the definition of salary will include the acting allowance received if that officer's resignation or retirement is immediately preceded by an unbroken period of an acting appointment in the same established position for a period of 36 months or more. Salary will also be defined to encompass the acting allowance received, where an officer's resignation or retirement is immediately preceded by an acting appointment and a permanent appointment in the same position for an unbroken period of 36 months or more. This new policy will apply to all qualifying officers retiring or resigning from the public service with effect from January 1, 2023. Mr. Speaker, in order to effect this new policy, it is necessary to obtain the approval of the Parliament to bring the measure into law and further secure the future well-being of our public servants. The new measure will benefit public officers who held an acting appointment in the same office for a period of 3 years immediately preceding the date of retirement or resignation, and officers who held a combination of an acting appointment and a permanent appointment in the same office for a period of 3 years immediately preceding the date of retirement or resignation. Mr. Speaker, this is a continuation of the government's implementation of measures which are beneficial to the personal well-being, security, development and prosperity of the state's employee, our dear public officers. More specifically, in this case, we are positioning public officers to reap the greatest reward of their years of hard work and commitment. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The bill is before the House for debate. Yes, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I request your permission to refer to my notes during my presentation.
Speak loud, I didn't hear what you said.
request your permission to refer to my notes during the presentation.
Yes, your permission granted. Are you comfortable where you are?
As long as my visibility is satisfactory, I am comfortable.
So you are okay?
This being my introductory meeting to the House of Assembly, I must express, firstly, immense gratitude to the people of Delis, not Delices, as I've often heard, Delis, Boetica, La Ronde, La Plaine, and Casbury, for their show of confidence by sending me to this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, there were no dead persons voting for me. I wish also to thank those who paved the way in the La Plaine constituency and provided exceptional leadership and representation before me. Their work has set a solid foundation upon which I can build and bring even greater development to our communities. I thank my predecessors for their example of service and commitment to the needs of our people. And one of my predecessors is in the House, in the person of Mr. Kent Edwards. I must also take a moment to acknowledge the Honorable Prime Minister, first for his vote of confidence in parliamentarians like myself, who have been handed the opportunity to make valuable contributions to our communities and country. The guidance and support from the Prime Minister has emboldened me and my colleagues, I'm sure, to pursue my plans for my constituency with purpose and vigor. I thank him sincerely for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to reiterate my commitment to the people of my constituency to represent their interests with the utmost sensitivity and concern. When I made the decision to take on this new role, I did so with the absolute conviction that I was ready to act as a trustee for my people, trusted to make decisions in their best interest and facilitate opportunities for their personal development. Let me now humbly ask my constituents, because I'm sure they're listening, to be patient, for that which was articulated during my launching will come to pass. With God's help and with the astute leadership of the Prime Minister, the plans will come to pass. My colleagues in the persons of Honorable Fidel Grant and Honorable Julian Defoe will attest to the fact that things are beginning to happen where the Daly-Spitted-Savan Road is concerned. Yes, that's a good thing, and it deserves a... We met with the Prime Minister, a group of persons from Dalis and another group from Spitted-Savan, and we have decided on plans going forward where that road is concerned. The Toloma farmers, your cries have been heard, and I assure you that payday will soon come. So be patient. Mr. Speaker, I see this perfect opportunity. This is a perfect opportunity to help determine policies which positively impact our communities and shape our country. I look forward to the creation of progressive policies to target the needs of our elderly, children, and our youth. The livelihoods of our farmers, small business owners, and women are at the forefront of my agenda, and I will champion the causes which are important to them as part of my commitment to assist in bettering their lives. In fact, Mr. Speaker, through an initiative spearheaded by the Honorable Prime Minister, I've already been given the perfect platform to champion the rights of the senior citizens of our country. I wish to spend a bit of time here talking about the initiative launched just this week by the government, because it is a matter dear to my heart, and I feel privileged to be part of a government that continues to prioritize the safety and the well-being of the elderly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in his wisdom and concern for the elderly, has instituted a national advisory board to make recommendations to the Prime Minister and to the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Social Services so that we can, as a government, build on our existing support systems for seniors. A number of individuals representing institutions associated with elderly care have agreed to serve on this important committee. As Minister with special responsibility for senior security, I wish to publicly thank and commend them for responding to the call to give urgent and targeted attention to the many issues affecting our elderly. Mr. Speaker, this advisory board will provide leadership and make strategic recommendations for improvements in systems and processes for the delivery of care services to seniors. As I said earlier this week, I'm excited about the prospect of working with an advisory board which can add even more value to the existing programs of this government to bring relief and to enhance the lives of our elderly. Our goal must be to ensure that they have access to the best care, access to housing and safe shelter, and to quality medical services. They need emotional support and settings with trained healthcare providers to respond to their unique health conditions and needs. We assure the people of Dominica that under this administration, our elderly will continue to receive the respect and compassion required so that they can enjoy good health and a better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, currently, Dominica's seniors are entitled to health care and medication at no cost to them. As we expand our health services with modern health and wellness centers, they will now have greater access to advanced care at the primary level. Indeed, there is an increased focus on reversing the trend of CNCDs among our seniors and ensuring that the afflicted have access to quality, reliable care. The Yes We Care program stands as a beacon of this government's record of outreach to the elderly and is a true reflection of its policy of care for this vulnerable group. Mr. Speaker, as a district medical officer, which I once was, I spent a lot of time in the communities in various parts of Dominica assessing the needs and conditions of our elderly. I know of their most common health challenges and the issues they face with elder abuse and neglect. I also have a keen appreciation for the ways this government's policies have had a positive impact on their lives. The relief and comfort of daily in-home care, a regular bath, meal preparation, a clean home, and just the pleasure of company add much value and comfort to the lives of our elderly citizens who would otherwise be left to fend for themselves. The Yes We Care is a program we can all be proud of, for it is godly in its objectives to protect and care for the less fortunate among us, to ensure that where we can assist, we do so with a glad and willing heart. I want to take this opportunity now to salute our Yes We Care providers. They are our unsung heroes, Mr. Speaker. To provide quality care to the elderly, shut in, bedridden, takes a special commitment and patience. It requires a special love and an innate ability to care deeply for another human. Our care providers continue to excel, and the government of Dominica is immensely grateful to them. I also extend our appreciation to the many groups and institutions who support the elderly, homeless, and persons with disabilities. The various homes for the aged, the Grotto Home for the Homeless, the Dominica Association of Persons with Disabilities, the Dominica Cancer Society, Lupus Foundation, Dementia Foundation, the Dominica Social Security, the doctors and nurses working tirelessly in our hospitals and health centers, and so many others. All of these individuals and organizations, Mr. Speaker, play such an important role in offering support and care to our sick and vulnerable. This government recognizes their efforts, and we are eager to deepen our partnership to secure the well-being of our people. We recognize also the key role of the private sector in supporting our people, and we look forward to strengthening those ties to build stronger, more responsive systems to benefit all our people. The government of Dominica cannot do it alone, and the National Reset presents the perfect setting to build stronger partnerships among citizens, organizations, and institutions. Mr. Speaker, this government's record speaks for itself. Late last year, during his independence message, the Prime Minister announced a decision to extend the non-contributory pension to all seniors from age 65 who are retired, do not qualify for Social Security pension, and are not yet eligible for the government non-contributory pension. This has already come into effect. And at this meeting, we see on the order paper a bill for an act to amend the Pensions Act to improve the circumstances of our retiring and retired officers that will ensure that at the end of their term of service, they are in a position to continue to enjoy the fruits of their long years of labor. So members are asked to approve amendments to the Pension Act, another measure aimed at lessening financial burdens on every class of citizen, cushioning the impact of inflation on spending power and giving our retirees greater freedom to live out their non-working years in comfort and dignity. This measure addresses a specific issue flagged by public officers leaving the service, that when they exit, having held acting positions for extended periods immediately prior to retirement or resignation, their gratuity and pensions are computed on their average basic salary for the last 3 years. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister committed to fixing this matter to benefit all qualifying officers, retiring or resigning from the public service with effect from January 1, 2023, and in his own words, to promote the security of our people, their comfort and dignity. The measure has come before the House in quick time and can only augur well for the well-being of our future pensioners. It is an additional safety net which allows them to plan better for their retirement years and to have peace of mind when they leave, after having given of their best efforts in service to their country. Mr. Speaker, I wish to place on record my unequivocal support for this bill as part of the larger objectives of this government to protect our citizens and add value to their lives. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment. And to do so for one main reason is that we have had on this side of a government who who look out for all citizens. So while we take care of the elderly, and we take care of the vulnerable groups across the country by providing homes, various types of allowances, we also have to ensure that the hardworking public servants also benefit from our policy decisions and the manner in which we transact business as a serious government. And I'm hoping before this amendment is done, we'll hear from the other side. It'll be interesting to know what the other side thinks about public servants and the hardworking people of the country who hold offices and who participate in governance and participate in the hard work of keeping a democracy intact. And so I'm really happy for the state employees, the hard workers who will benefit. And to say we on this side, for the most part, we have all left our offices in public life to run and to be part of this parliament and to offer ourselves in service. And for the most part, we have not benefited. And so this little amendment here is one that will ensure that while we did not benefit, we want to ensure that those coming after can get the benefit of the hard work for a number of years. And so as a minister, I have encountered a number of public servants in transacting the business of governance of the ministry I'm tasked with. And we as a government have a decry of the public servants, who for the most part, their work have been discounted. And when we hear the conversation in the public, we hear the narrative that you work for the government, why are you complaining? You have a short job, you have a short salary. But it is small amendments like this, Mr. Speaker, that ensure that they, as a significant part of the citizenry, can benefit from the government as a whole. So, Mr. Speaker, we are looking out for our citizens. And though we missed out, and it's a key point, and this is a narrative that across the country and across the government system we want to keep resounding. There was a period of time when we had limited access to education. And because we don't have access to education, doesn't mean that we should discount it and not talk about it. So as a working government, as a labor government, we have ensured that everyone has access to education. In the very same way, even if while we on this side have left our public jobs and not benefited, we want to ensure that those who come after us do. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is a small amendment, but it's very significant because we have a number of public servants who are acting positions. Some of these positions are permanent positions that we hope to fill, but also there are folks who are in positions that are not vacant. And so we want to ensure as a government that we bring some level of transparency and also caring for every part of our citizenry. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Act 2023 will lend some relief to a number of people who are part of the bigger body of the 4,000 plus that make up the public service. So in this regard, Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my support to this small amendment and to tell the public servants who go out of their way for the most part and who are very diligent that they will benefit when they do retire from public life. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to just conclude on the debate regarding the amendment to the Pensions Act. My both colleagues before me, I think, explained very clearly the benefits that this has for many of our hard-working public servants. And sometimes, well, not sometimes, it would be very unfair when you have someone working in this position, acting for periods of almost 3 years and more, and then time for computation of their gratuity, it's done on their substantive post. So, and they've been doing the work of that senior position for more than 3 years. And it's happened before, and now we're just rectifying it. But what this says, Mr. Speaker, although the words are pretty similar, gratuity and gratitude, what the government is doing is expressing gratitude and for the hard work of these public servants. And that is what we want to express. This is all part of our new reset. We want to lead from the front. So many times when the government puts these measures in place, and then we have that people don't show gratitude for all what the government is doing. So now here's the government turn to show that we're expressing gratitude to our public servants. And in reciprocation, they should also, that should motivate them to even work harder and even to show gratitude for what the government is doing, because we're showing gratitude for the service that they're giving to the country. So it's a two-way thing, it's a relationship, and this is what the reset means, that the citizens play their part, the governments play their part, so we're playing our part, and this is a perfect example of us playing our part in showing gratitude for the work that the public servants are putting for the development of this country. So, and also, Mr. Speaker, what this also tells us, no one is being left out. Even after you've retired or you've resigned, you deserve to get a nice little package that you can move on. So it's not just a government putting housing for some vulnerables or putting different programs in terms of youth, but we're also catering for everyone from cradle to grave, Mr. Speaker. That's what our government is all about.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Pension Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Pension Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. We need to step up the energy, not to sleep. Let's rule.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled by Registration Amendment Act 2023.
Second.
I second it myself.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, this bill which is being presented here today is intended to facilitate the permanent reduction of some of the fees applicable to the transfer of land and the processing of the title for these lands. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that this Labour Party administration temporarily reduced total transfer fees by 38% from September 1st, 2020 to October 31st, 2021, and again, Mr. Speaker, from November 1st, 2021 to October 31st, 2022, by amendments to the Title by Registration Act, Chapter 650, and the Stamp Duty Act, Chapter 6801. Mr. Speaker, prior to September 1, 2020, the fees payable on transfer or purchase sale of the land were as follows. The buyer, A, paid 4% stamp duty, B, 2.5% judicial fee, C, 1%, Mr. Speaker, went towards the assurance fund, and D, 3% was payable to the lawyers who processed the transfer, while the seller or transferor paid stamp duty of 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, from September 1st, 2020 to October 31st, 2021, the total fees payable by the buyer or transferee were temporarily reduced from 10.5% to a maximum of 6.5% on the value of the property. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, a reduction of at least 30% as follows. E, Mr. Speaker, the buyer paid the stamp duty of 2%. F, judicial fee of 1%. G, assurance fund 1%. H, the fee to the lawyers a maximum of 2.5%. The seller or transferor, Mr. Speaker, A, stamp duty 2.5%. This amendment to the Title by Registration Act, Chapter 5650, which is currently before this Honorable House, therefore aims to permanently reduce the judicial fee from 2.5%, Mr. Speaker, to 1%. That is to say, a 60% reduction in the judicial fee for people who are transferring or buying land. In addition, Mr. Speaker, it permanently reduces the fees payable to lawyers on these transactions from 3% to a maximum of 2.5%. That is to say, a reduction of 17%. Further, Mr. Speaker, you may recall, in the fiscal year 22-23, which we are currently in his budget address, the Prime Minister and the then Minister for Finance announced a ceiling of the cost of replacing lost certificates of titles. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that during the passage of Hurricane Maria, many people lost the certificates of title. Therefore, he announced that the fees payable for lost certificates are as follows. 1%, Mr. Speaker, of the value of the land will be paid towards the assurance fund. 2, Mr. Speaker, plus the judicial fee of 1% of the value of the land. Free, Mr. Speaker, $7.50 stamp duty. However, Mr. Speaker, the total fees payable for a loss certificate shall be no more than $5,000. This reduction in fees is also being proposed in amendment to the Title by Registration Act, which is before this Honorable House, to give effect to the promise made by our Prime Minister and this Labour Party administration. Mr. Speaker, the permanent reduction in the land transfer fees, as well as the ceiling for lost certificates of title, have been requested by the people of Dominica. And as a caring and loving government, Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the people of Dominica, and as a consequence, we are presenting the requisite amendment before this Honorable House to the Titles by Registration Act, Mr. Speaker. We therefore look forward to the total support of all the members of this Honorable House by simply raising the hand, Mr. Speaker. The measure is now before this Honorable House for approval.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give full support to reduction in the Titles by Registration Act. Mr. Speaker, allow me to refer to my note once in a while.
Yes, permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, this bill reaffirms the Prime Minister and the Labour Party's government and the commitment to addressing our housing situation in this country. The Speaker, as a Dominican, you know our culture is when you want to call yourself a big man, you have to have your house. If you come in anywhere near retirement and you don't have a house, people will start to say you might have a And so owning a house is a mark of that you have lived well, you have succeeded, you've done okay for yourself, no matter where you started off in life. You can say you have a house. And unfortunately, not everybody can get there because sometimes the cost is a bit too much for one to bear on his own. So here comes the Prime Minister again like Superman to try to rescue the situation. One of the issues that stands in the way is the high debt that goes with having a house. And when you take a loan to build a house, usually the cost to transfer the title, the property, if you have to buy that property, is added onto the loan. And so that increases the overall size of the loan that you have, Your Honor. The mortgage is bigger than it would be because of the transfer fees and so on. What that does is, that leads to a situation that you can refer to as you being house poor. So you can say house rich and cash poor, but house poor, where majority or too much of your income goes into servicing a mortgage, Your Honor. So you have a nice house, it's big, it's pretty, but the fridge empty. The light might cut, or maybe you can only put $5 on it and try to see when you can get another $5 to top it up again. We need solutions that can allow people to have the house and still be able to enjoy the house, Mr. Speaker. And so the proposed reduction being made permanent is part of the government's response to addressing that problem in our society, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the total value of the reduction being proposed represents 38%. So there is a 38% reduction in the fees to transfer titles, to have titles registered. So that's going from 10.5% to 6.5%. So more Dominicans, Mr. Speaker, can reach the age of retirement and not having been considered as having mal to avoid. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Blackmore just said that this is in response to the people's need. This is the people that wanted that. And that is reflected by the fact that since this measure has been in place, there has been a 71% increase in title registrations, Mr. Speaker. So 71% more people than would have otherwise can now say that they own a piece of this beautiful country that we call Dominica. They can say that they have a right to work because they really and truly own this land. But Mr. Speaker, you know, there is this saying that you cannot have your cake and eat it too. But that is not always true, and in this case it certainly is not true, Mr. Speaker, because whilst we are proposing a reduction in the cost to register a title, because of the increase in the number of registrations taking place, the Treasury is actually getting more money coming in from the registration of titles. This results in a 5.9, almost 6% increase in overall revenue that is being received through the transfer of titles, Mr. Speaker. So not only are we offering relief to the people of Dominica, we are also doing good business as a government and taking care of the Treasury, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of looking out for people, in the interest of ensuring that less people have to go work for an entire month and generally go home with insufficient funds to cover the most basic needs and so on, I want to offer my full support for this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to publicly speak out in support of the bill before us. A certificate of title is conclusive proof of ownership, and this government has reduced the fees related to the transfer and sale of land. This allows for Dominicans to register their land and to be able to deal with their property in a less costly, safer, and simpler way. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
I stand before you, Mr. Speaker, to provide greater insight into the intention and the overall purpose of this measure. One of the easiest things in life for people is for people to take the benefits of owning a home for granted. There are some who do not want to support any government measure that facilitates ownership, and one can hear the constant criticism about the recipients who are currently provided government housing, and the many that look down upon those as if they are not deserving by promoting the idea that there was no criteria for their selection. But the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, we're all Dominicans. Whether we're red, blue, purple, orange, we are all benefiting from the various housing initiatives and homeowner incentives. But Mr. Speaker, the fact that something can be said is a clear indication that this government is doing an outstanding job in providing housing to the least among us. And we can say with certainty that there is something pretty special about owning a home. And this explains the high priority that this government places upon it. The Labour Party in government has had a long tradition of providing housing for people across Dominica. Unfortunately, the path towards home ownership is filled with technical, personal, financial, and legal barriers that had increased the cost of home ownership. But recognizing these challenges, Mr. Speaker, which were faced by many first-time owners, government initiated several practical measures over the years to ease the cost of home ownership. And these measures were centered around two fundamental issues: access to land and access to finance. Under most housing projects, and particularly the Housing Recovery Project, one of the main criteria that must be met to be eligible to receive a house is the ability to demonstrate proof of ownership of the land on which your home was destroyed by Maria. And so the greatest challenge in the beneficiary selection under this program has been the ability of applicants to demonstrate land ownership through their certificate of title. The reason why most are unable to demonstrate proof of ownership is based on the fact that they simply cannot afford to title the land, even if it has been in their family for decades. The fact is, these are the same ones who are likely most in need of the support to rebuild in the first place, and they have been further disenfranchised by virtue of their inability to provide, to afford the titling process. And Mr. Speaker, many people who come to the Ministry of Housing to seek assistance, they come with their documents, one of which is proof of ownership of the land. And many people believe that having their lot surveyed meant that they had legal ownership of the land. And so significant time was spent doing research, perusing a host of complex legal documents as to the history of the title of the land. And our post-Maria recovery projects have provided clear lessons to us why we need to put mechanisms in place to address land ownership challenges in Dominica. Through our various house and land regularization programs, we have sought to navigate around the issue to ensure that Dominicans are facilitated with land and home ownership. The squatter regularization, the grants to under 40 years of age, the modern resilient home, special mortgage facilities are a mere few of the initiatives that have transformed the lives of many families across the breadth and the length of Dominica. However, land tenure issues still persist as a result of factors associated with affordability, efficiency, and security. And so, Mr. Speaker, we continue to identify additional solutions targeting our first-time home owners for the development of modern resilient homes. As a government, we implemented the squatter regularization program, and this remains one of the most successful measures which made it easier for homeowners to access land and finance. Under this program, we reduced the cost of land to $1 per square foot, and we were able to facilitate individuals to home ownership and to obtain access to financial resources to purchase the land, own it, and to use it as collateral to build a home. Another policy initiative involved the reduction of the purchase price of lots allocated for residential purposes. And this provided many people the opportunity to afford land, to own a piece of Dominica, to construct their private home, and to create a will, and to be able to hand their assets down to their children. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the ways that this government fights poverty. It is this very issue of access to affordable land that has brought us to the debate on this measure here today. According to the Title by Registration Act, a potential landowner is required to pay property transfer fees whenever they attempt to purchase land. And Mr. Speaker, most people don't know this as well, and they think you must go to a lawyer for this. But to obtain your certificate of title, this service can be accessed directly, in which the landowner can simply fill out the form of instrument and present it to the Registry of Titles. Many people do not know this, and they're not familiar with this process. And this would simply cost them nothing, simply the cost of printing the document. And also, not many individuals are able to follow this route, Mr. Speaker. Hence, majority of people seek professional help, which means additional costs for processing. And here lies the difficulty among our first-time homeowners who are seeking to obtain a first certificate of title. This fee, as outlined in the 5th schedule of the Act, stands at 3% on the sale value of a property, which does not include additional charges for payment of professional legal services. Government has found several instances where individuals unknowingly purchase lands only to find a hurdle in its registration because someone placed a caveat on the land. And in other instances, the land is part of a larger portion of land or an estate in which the original owner is dead and the matter is before the court probate, or there are mortgages attached to it to be transferred with the property. All these legal services add to charges that are payable to homeowners, by the homeowners. And so, Mr. Speaker, in the small island state of ours called Dominica, it appears to me that almost every piece of land in Dominica, every piece of land that a Dominican wants to purchase and register have some kind of legal issue, making the process long and costly and difficult for first-time owners. But as a government, we are seeking to simplify this. We are seeking to respond to the barrier to access land. And as our squatter regularization program, we are addressing it. The current fee structure serves as a significant barrier for first-time owners. Assuming that a reasonable lot is 4,000 square feet, which is purchased in Canefield, for example, at a price of $10 per square foot, registration of a certificate of a title would cost 13% or $5,200, comprising on a government fees, 1% assurance fund, 2% judicial fee, 2.5 vendors fee, the stamp duty as well, solicitor's fee. All these are additional costs. But with this measure, we will see a reduction in all these fees. Mr. Speaker, first-time owners or property owner who would spend in excess of 5,200 in fees will see an overall reduction cost to about 2,600, Mr. Speaker. While one may jump to the conclusion and say this is insignificant, but just imagine this is just a small plot of land, and with you to imagine the purchase of a property of 10,000 square feet, and when you do the calculations, Mr. Speaker, you're talking about a significant amount of money, thousands of dollars that you will be saving in these transfer fees. Since this was implemented, a number of Dominicans have been coming forward. A number of people have placed requests for certificate of titles exceeding over 70%. And this gives a clear indication that these measures were well received and that Dominicans were taking full advantage of this opportunity to formalize the ownership of their land. And this is why the Prime Minister saw the need to make this reduction permanently, to permanently reduce the judicial fee, as well as place a ceiling of $5,000 for replacement of lost certificate titles. I don't want to preempt the bill to come, the Stamp Act bill, but it is very much linked to this bill. And this move, Mr. Speaker, is good for business and empowering our people. This is a progressive and a powerful move, because the fact is that if your land is not registered, there is no monetary value to a family. And so I know many people in Roseau Central who have told me that this reduction have helped them significantly. And they have been languishing over their property land title, their names attached to it, Mr. Speaker. They are proud of this. They have expressed how happy they are that this government is making this permanent now. Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a tremendous amount of revenue that the government is giving out. We understand that the government needs these funds at this time, but we are going ahead with it because we understand the importance of it. Our aim, Mr. Speaker, is to encourage new home ownership in Dominica. So members of this Honorable House, I reiterate my full support to this amendment, where opportunities for resilient homes, land ownership, profitable commercial enterprises, a thriving, cohesive society, and a dynamic Dominica are created and will flourish. And Mr. Speaker, I renew my commitment to do all within my power as the minister responsible for housing and urban development to improve the quality of life for all Dominicans now and in the years to come. Our vision, Mr. Speaker, is that every Dominican can have a decent place to live, and that is why we are creating beloved communities across Dominica. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I must wind down after this intervention by the Honorable Minister for Housing. Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate and just say to this Honorable House that this is a very simple amendment, a few pages. That notwithstanding, very, very profound insofar as the philosophy of the Labour Party is concerned, which is geared towards empowering the people of Dominica, more so the ordinary folks. Mr. Speaker, a code of arms bears the word, halfway boundary, c'est la terre. After God is the soil. And it brings to mind, Mr. Speaker, which is true, that one of the most important factors of production is land. You need land to build, and you need land to grow the economy of any country. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just say, before I end this, about this Labour Party government, more so from 2004. Because up to the time when this Labour Party administration, by way of a cabinet decision, decided to regularize a number of poor people living throughout the country. All right? Benahavin, Yanda, Fokole, Point Michel, all the way down to the north. Because up till this time, Mr. Speaker, there were still remnants of the plantation era in Dominica, where people were given the opportunity to stay on parcel of land because the parents worked on those parcel of land. I can reference Blayu Park, for matter of fact, when this government took the decision, the then parrot, yours truly, to acquire on behalf of the people of Layu Park. Now, what does that mean, therefore? That you, the people of Dominica, the ordinary folks, all of us, Mr. Speaker, are now able to be not tenants in our own country, but landowners in our own country. That is what this thing is about, Mr. Speaker. So it must not be reduced to 2 pages. It is very profound. No other government has done it before. And Mr. Speaker, I feel so happy to be part of this administration that has been transforming the lives of Dominicans throughout the country, Mr. Speaker, that you can now have the dignity of having a title in your hand. The folks who have been squatting all their lives, Mr. Speaker, if they wanted to send one of the students to school to actually contract a loan at the aid bank, they had no means of doing that. That facilitates them, makes it easier for them, Mr. Speaker. That is what the Labour Party is all about, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just close by saying that a promise made by this Prime Minister and this administration, yet another promise that is being kept. And Mr. Speaker, in this national reset, Mr. Speaker, all shall benefit. All shall participate in this national endeavor to push this country forward. And that is why this government is making it easier for people to obtain the things they need to facilitate the development, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much on this matter before this honorable House.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Registration Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Title by Registration Amendment Act 2023.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Registration Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
I move that the bill shortly entitled Registration by Titles Amendment Act number 23 be read a third time and passed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Registration Amendment Act 2023 be Yes. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Title by Registration Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Title by Registration Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned by the Minister for National Security and Legal Affairs during his presentation of the bill to amend the Title by Registration Act, the government proposes to make permanent the temporary reduction in land transfer fees payable by the person buying or transferring the land, consistent with the announcement made by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance in his budget address for fiscal year 2022-2023. The bill which is now before the House, that is, the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duty Act, Chapter 6801 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, proposes to make the 50% temporary reduction in stamp duty, which was implemented by this government in September 2020, permanent with effect from November 1, 2022. This means that from November 1, 2022, people who are buying or transferring lands will no longer have to pay 4% duty, stamp duty. Instead, they would pay 2% stamp duty. For example, Mr. Speaker, if someone is buying a piece of land valued at $50,000, that person would now pay $1,000 instead of $2,000 in stamp duty. And if he's buying a house and land valued at $400,000, he would pay $8,000 instead of $16,000. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in stamp duty coupled with those mentioned in the title by registration amendment bill, will result in huge savings for people wishing to invest in properties. If we were to use the same example which I used earlier and apply all of the reductions that we are proposing, that is those already mentioned in the title by Registration Act, plus those now being proposed to the stamp duty bill, the result would be as follows. If someone is buying a piece of land land valued at $50,000, that person would now pay a maximum of $3,250 instead of $5,250 in fees, a savings of $2,000. And if he's buying a house and land valued at $400,000, he would pay $26,000 instead of $42,000, a savings of $16,000. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the savings that our people have been enjoying over the past 2 years. This government has been putting money right back in our people's pockets and giving them the opportunity to increase their investments in Dominica and build wealth. What this government is proposing in the stamp duty bill is that we make the temporary reduction permanent from November 1, 2022. This is a measure for the people of Dominica, those who live here and those who reside abroad. Therefore, I look forward to the support of every member of this House. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ability to monetize ownership, place a value to a thing that otherwise would have had no value, is an essential part of a capitalist system. The structure and the value that we give to things, it depends on what you can do with that thing, such as the ability to alienate, that is to say, to sell, to transfer, to utilize as security, is an essential part of our system of commerce. Mr. Speaker, the measures that have been taken by the title of the amendment to the Title of Registration Act and now the Stamp Act will in a significant way assist those who are seeking to put value to what they already occupy or own, but also it will help in facilitating commerce, that is to say, people buying and selling land. But there's a very important component to that as well that should not be overlooked. It is the possibility that it will give to a lot of those who own properties, who are not able to give to their brother, sister, or someone else in the will, someone else who's supposed to benefit from that land that your mother or father left for you. It will be able to make it easier because it is now less costly. So I think that those measures, Mr. Speaker, have already had a significant impact in the transfer of property and the ownership of property. But I think taking the permanent step to reduce the stamp duties will in no doubt assist moving forward. And I think this is a progressive step that this government has taken. I remember years ago when we were in government at a very difficult time, we in fact imposed some of those fees. I think we were the ones that during the austerity period, and I pray to God that we never have to go back there. And we took the measures by, in a way to increase the revenue of the state. And over almost 2 decades, we've recognized the impact of that and have decided to reduce in a significant way those fees. And I am very happy to be here today to be part of that decision, and I therefore support the Stamp Amendment Bill of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to conclude on the debate here regarding the Stamp Amendment Act 2023. And, but we can clearly see the benefits of the earlier Title by Registration Act 2023, and coupled here with the Stamp Amendment Act 2023, in the sense that people can now have their titles, which is one, but importantly as well is that they can also have some savings while they get their titles done. And so it's really a two-pronged advantage, those two bills that we brought here recently. It, from yesterday until today, Mr. Speaker, you almost think that Christmas is just continuing, because it's just more money in people's pockets. And this is what this government is all about: putting people first and making sure they can benefit one-way titles, but also benefit financially as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, listening to the argument from Honorable Henderson and just seeing what the bill entails, it's just good news for us once again.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will not be read a second time.
Stamp Amendment Act 2023.
The bill now stands committed to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause. The question is that I do report the bill to the House. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Say it for the mic. AG, say it for the mic. Your mic was off.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Stamp Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I moved the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Highway Levy Maintenance Repeal Act of 2023.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this bill, officially titled Bill for an Act to Repeal the Highway Maintenance Levy Act, is intended to cushion the impact of rising fuel prices on Dominican owner of motor vehicles. You will recall that in the 2022-2023 budget address, which was delivered on July 26 of 2022, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, announced that the highway maintenance levy will be discontinued with effect from August 1, 2022. That levy had been imposed with effect from September 2015 for the maintenance of highways. Mr. Speaker, since the onset of the Russian-Ukraine war, we have seen the rise in crude oil on the global market. The discontinuation of the levy is expected to bring relief to consumers who currently pay higher prices at the pumps, the offset of the negative impact of the increase on their finances. Therefore, I seek the support of the members of this Honorable House to repeal the Highway Maintenance Levy Act 6712 of 2000 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the discontinuation of the levy will result in a savings of $100 for private vehicle owners and a savings of $150 for commercial vehicles, truckers, dumpers, and trailers. Mr. Speaker, in difficult times, these savings can ease their financial burden and is yet another measure to limit the economic impact of these external shocks on our citizens. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to this House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Levy.
I wish to lend my support, register my support to this progressive move as well, Mr. Speaker. As previously stated, this was brought about and introduced in 2015 to make an intervention to maintain many of our roadways in Dominica. And Mr. Speaker, you will see that from 2009 to 2015, the government invested about $402 million in roadways, Mr. Speaker. And even after that, we'll notice the heavy investments being made at this time in building new roadways and connecting various villages and communities across Dominica, Mr. Speaker, and to also create redundancy to increase the level of service and service delivery throughout Dominica. But when we check, Mr. Speaker, our most recent numbers, we see that at this time, about 18,534 vehicles are registered, Mr. Speaker, at this time. This is a lot for our 70,000 population, but it tells a good story that we are progressive people, we are progressive government, and the environment for investing is quite enabling as well, Mr. Speaker. But I go further to say, Mr. Speaker, that based on the numbers, at this point, commercial vehicles would pay a licensing fee of $150 annually. A private vehicle, about $100, and a motorcycle $50, Mr. Speaker. If we use the numbers of registered vehicles and we round it off to say 20,000 at this time, from 18 to 20,000, we are collecting, and we assume further, Mr. Speaker, that we only have motorcyclists in Dominica. We will then collect about $1 million annually. If we assume that these numbers represent commercial vehicles only, then we triple that number and would collect $3 million, Mr. Speaker. The investments that are being made in roadways in Dominica far surpasses this number, Mr. Speaker. Right? And if we look only as recently as last year, and we check the numbers, the cost to merely patch the roadways, we'll see that it cost about $5 million, just patching. This does not include brush cutting, the larger interventions to replace culverts. One most recently in Grand Bay, Berwick, cost the government $2 million, Mr. Speaker. But so while these numbers, these fees, Mr. Speaker, these licensing fees are important to us, but Mr. Speaker, it is really a drop in the bucket for the Treasury. But notwithstanding the difference it makes in the livelihoods of each driver, each vehicle owner is quite significant. And Mr. Speaker, the government, in its good wisdom, wants to pass this on, this favor, Mr. Speaker, well deserved, to the drivers of private vehicles, commercial vehicles, and motorcyclists, Mr. Speaker. And this came at a time, once again, the most vulnerable time of these people, Mr. Speaker, our good people of Dominica, when we were in the midst of COVID, when we were most challenged, Mr. Speaker, when many bus drivers came to us and said to us that fewer people are moving around because people are practicing social distancing. At a time when we limited the amount of people who could sit in a row of seats on a 16-passenger bus, when you ask and you face the good Dominicans, the good people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, and you ask them to make some changes, you as a government, we as a government must also be prepared to sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. And we know our bus drivers made some sacrifices in this period, and we also did that. And this is one of the measures that we in fact took in consideration of the sacrifices being made and the challenges faced. Mr. Speaker, if we, Dominica, sat on a well of oil or a bed of oil, Mr. Speaker, we would have given much more. Unfortunately, we don't, and this is what we can do, and I do hope that the good people of Dominica welcome the interventions that we are making on their behalf. With my few words, Mr. Speaker, I pledge my support once more to this very progressive amendment being made.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act. And Mr. Speaker, I will just put it in simple, practical terms that's probably going to be even better understood for our general public. We know that the government is doing this to cushion, as we said, the negative impact of the higher prices of fuel, and they seem to be growing daily with what is going on in the world around us. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that the government wants to put more money into the pockets of Dominicans. And you know, I know, we know that once you have more money in your pockets, you're better able to take care of your family, you're better able to take care of your farm, you're better able to invest in those things that you would have wanted to. So very simply put, this is the government's way of looking out for its people, Mr. Speaker. And with this simple and practical explanation, I want to reaffirm my support for the act to repeal the Highway Maintenance Levy. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as I wind up the debate on the Highway Repeal Act, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to note that this measure will benefit every Dominican, and that includes the constituents of Marigot and Salisbury as well, Mr. Speaker, and the apparatus should take a note of this. Mr. Speaker, what we see with the repeal of this act, Mr. Speaker, is the government yet again responding to the global economic shocks, Mr. Speaker. And to put it simply in a term that I like to use, Mr. Speaker, putting monies in people's pocket, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are doing with the repeal of this act, Mr. Speaker. So what it means, Mr. Speaker, Dominicans now have a little extra money that they could pay whatever utilities or even have a good time, Mr. Speaker, because we're in the carnival season, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I would just like to commend the Honorable Prime Minister for his leadership, Mr. Speaker. And I must also, while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, commend our new Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, because he has hit the ground running, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will not be read a second time.
Highway Maintenance Levy Amendment Act 2023.
The bill now stands committed to the Committee of the Whole House to be considered clause by clause. The question is that I do report the bill to the House. House resumes. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted by the House. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act of 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act of 2023.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in the 2022-2023 budget, which was delivered on July 26 of 2022, the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance announced a temporary 50% reduction in motor licenses for public service vehicles used to carry passengers, for example, taxi and public buses, trucks and dumpers available for hire. Mr. Speaker, this measure is for a period of 1 year, effective August 1, 2022 to July 31st, 2023. The intent is to cushion the negative impact on the high prices of fuel on the people engaged in providing transportation services for hire. The domestic increase of the fuel prices emanated from the rise in the price of oil globally. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in the licensing fees for vehicle owners of varying grades will translate into real savings which could be used to cushion the impact of the high oil prices on individuals who, on a day-to-day basis, businesses involved offering transportation, bearing in mind that government control the prices of these services. Mr. Speaker, the government understands the consequences of the pandemic and a war occurring in quick succession on the global economy and on the spending power of our citizens. A responsive and responsible government, we continue to develop and implement measures to safeguard the lives and livelihoods of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I commend this bill to the Honorable House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise once more in support of this progressive move by the government, Mr. Speaker. Again, this was considered at another difficult time in the lives of Dominicans, and our truckers will certainly stand to benefit, and public service vehicle operators. Mr. Speaker, we know of the many challenges that these people would have been confronted with during the difficult period of COVID, the sacrifices that they would have had to make. We know of the rising costs, Mr. Speaker, of even vehicle parts in this time period associated with logistical challenges in that time period, challenges of manufacturing due to labor shortages that were experienced, Mr. Speaker. And all of these things considered, the cost of operation would have proved difficult at this period for many people and operators of public service vehicle, trucks, dumpers, and so on. Mr. Speaker, going back to, I would say, in some regard, my former life and doing road designs, a fully loaded truck, an 18-wheeler, is probably one of the vehicles on the roadway that would exert most damage to a roadway, Mr. Speaker. And when we consider the damage that could be exerted by an 18-wheeler truck, it would effectively take about 9,600 small cars to do the damage of an 18-wheeler. But this government does not look at development through that lens, Mr. Speaker, and in turn say that we are going to charge fees to truck operators 9,600 times that of private vehicle operators, Mr. Speaker. But instead, we look at them through a different lens as strategic partners, as people who contribute to our development. And with our thrust for housing, Mr. Speaker, with the knowledge and the premise that construction largely is one of the most anti-recessionary sectors, Mr. Speaker, then we gladly support our truckers. We gladly support our good people in the public transportation sector, Mr. Speaker. So we do, as a government, as much as possible to grant them that space, Mr. Speaker, so they can operate, Mr. Speaker, in a more pleasant way to achieve as much as possible to sustain their livelihoods, because we know they work hard, Mr. Speaker. And in the constituency of Mao, I will say, Mr. Speaker, that over 160 of our bus drivers will benefit tremendously from this measure, Mr. Speaker. So once again, I pledge my support wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, to this progressive move. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this amendment. In layman's term, half price. Yeah, we're paying half price. And to say that the bus drivers and the truckers from the Salibé constituency will definitely benefit from this amendment. And I really want to say thank you to the bus drivers of that particular area, especially as they've been very patient with us as we do some work on the East Coast Road. It is a project funding from the World Bank that we started more than 2 years ago that intends to rehabilitate 30 kilometers of road from Boadiab in the Zion of Dominica to Pegua Hatton Garden. And so it will affect the commuters and bus drivers, not only from the Kylago space at Kingston and Twistle, but also from Castle Bruce. And to say once this road is done, we'll have easy access to one of the most beautiful parts of the island. Everyone will be able to access the wonderful heritage of the Kylago people and the wonderful tourism product that we do have in that space. And to say that the patience of the bus drivers is key to us. We know that the roadworks at this point and can be damaging to their vehicles. I really want to thank them for their patience and to say that as a progressive government, we look at the holistic approach to our development. And earlier on, we spoke to public servants. We speak to vulnerable families and people. And right now, we're speaking to the bus drivers and truckers. And so Mr. Speaker, the folks within our space will definitely benefit. And while doing the East Coast roads, we're able to benefit from $79 million that will cost the Carinago leg and the Salibel leg of the East Coast roads. And so while there's damage being done at this time to the vehicles, I really applaud the patience of the bus drivers. And once this road is built, we will have a really resilient road infrastructure. And that links to the maintenance piece we spoke to earlier on, where we took off in entirety the levy for road maintenance. And so we expect to have a wonderful piece of infrastructure that will last another generation or two. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support the amendment to this vehicle and traffic road traffic amendment bill. Thank you so much.
Oh. Honorable Blackmore, your mic is on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Proceed, yeah. Honorable Anderson.
Thank you very much. Blackmore is a bit technology averse. I think that's why he has such a disdain for cryptocurrencies, my friend, so don't feel offended. But, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to this measure. Clearly, this measure will, in fact, be a benefit to those vehicle owners who are offering public service vehicles, our buses as we know them, trucks, and dumpers for hire. A reduction that they have been enjoying, by the way, I think we needed also to highlight that this measure took effect in August 1st, 2022, and it will continue until the end of the fiscal year. This is part of a package of measures which were announced at the last budget address issued by our Prime Minister and then Minister of Finance. In our effort to reduce the pressure brought about by the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the escalation in oil prices and how they affected us at home. And those measures were an attempt to reduce that pressure. But this is also part of a wider suite of actions that this government has taken, and interestingly, they all come in at the same time. The Highway Road Maintenance Levy, repealed. We also had the stamp duty reduction continuing, and the Title by Registration Act amendment to give continued benefits to our people. All of this are parts of a package that this government presented to ensure that we could reduce the burden on our taxpayers, ratepayers, road users, and all Dominicans. The VAT, I forgot, sorry, amendment to the VAT Act as well, giving benefits to consumers of electricity, homes, businesses, all of this, assisting the farmers by ensuring that we can make it easier for them to conduct their business. And all of these progressive steps were taken to reduce burdens on our people, but also to create better opportunities for them to make money. And as you heard the minister, to keep money in their pockets. Mr. Speaker, while we're doing all of this, at the same time we are reducing government's revenue. So this is in fact, these are in fact rather measures that we're doing, but they're also having their own impact on government's ability to collect money. Fortunately, we continue to depend on the inflows from our Citizenship by Investment program, which is a program that we must ensure that we protect, because without that, we would not have had another source of revenue. That's how governments make money. You tax your citizens and residents, you collect the tax, and then you do stuff. You implement programs and projects. But we've also been able to benefit from the inflow from the Citizenship by Investment program, by grants from friendly governments, from international and regional organizations, to ensure that we can finance our plans and programs. And that is very important. I'm saying this to say that we as a people need to recognize the decisions that government is making, that this administration is making, is not because we can afford, but because we put people first, because we see the need for reducing the pressure on our people, to ensure that we can come to their aid from time to time when it's needed. And this is why, in this reset, I am sure that we will continue to provide those support, but we may have to make certain decisions, choices, to ensure that, God forbids, we get hit by another hurricane, by another pandemic, that we will be able to do those things. I think that is the real message that I want to share, because everything that government does comes at a price, and the money must come from somewhere. And when these policy choices are taken, they are not taken easily. And I know the financial secretary is here, and sometimes to her great annoyance, because it is less money for her to collect to do the things that we ask her to get the money to do. And these are the choices that we make, but we know in this case, it is an investment that was necessary. It was a measure, sorry, that was necessary, because I know, and I just spoke to one of my truckers today as we haul in material to the Geneva playing field, and the cost for the haulage of that material. And I tried to negotiate, and I had to just give up. Because when the guy reminded me of the impact of the cost of parts, you know, the cost of fuel, the cost of this and the cost of that and the other, it becomes very difficult to negotiate or to try to bring a man's price down. But this measure definitely will have already benefited some of them. and I hope that the rest of them will continue to benefit from this. But as we do this, we have to all bear in mind that government is really making some serious sacrifices with these policy choices, because it means less money in the treasury, less money to spend. So something at some point has to give. Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment.
Okay, Senator Paris.
Mr. Speaker,
Proceed.
I rise to make some very brief remarks on the bill entitled Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2023, and I would like to support Honorable Henderson in his comments when he said that this, in addition to a number of the bills that we have seen today, are very welcome amendments, very welcome bills before the House. And Mr. Speaker, I actually want to support this bill. There's no way that anybody could not, and I know that it will get the support of the entire House. But particularly, Mr. Speaker, for the people of the Marigot constituency and some of the folks in the Wester constituency, we appreciate this and the bill that we just see gone before. Particularly because there's a unique situation in that area that we've been dealing with for some time, and we're not going to talk long on that because I know that we've had some conversation with the Minister of Public Works, and we know that he's doing some work on that. He has given us some commitments to get back to us, so we're not going to go into that discussion again. But they would not be kind to me if I did not remind this honorable House that they continue to deal with a very unique situation as it relates to the wave overtopping issue in the area of the Douglas Charles Airport at the extension on the seafront. It's a very unique situation, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not sure where else in Dominica has a similar situation where the bus drivers, the truck drivers, vehicle owners, farmers, everyone in that area has to drive their vehicle through salt water on the road every single day. There are people who cannot avoid it. They simply cannot avoid it. The farmers, the people who live in that area, they simply cannot avoid it. So, Mr. Speaker, we welcome this. But in the last revised budget, we see that the provisions made for addressing that unique problem has been indefinitely suspended. And I just want to plug a reminder, Mr. Speaker. It's not a situation that we can continue to ignore. Because imagine, Mr. Speaker, and we welcome the bill, but imagine having to pay all of your fees and your registration, and the vehicle that you're using, the bus that you're driving to transport people to town every day is rotting under you. And you have to pay so much money in repairs over and over, but you can't avoid the seawater. So you drive right back into it after you come from the garage. Imagine losing vehicle after vehicle, because simply the metal is not, it can't fight with the salt water. It is impossible to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, while we welcome this, and we will give it our full support, we want to remind the Honorable House that these people, the same people that this is catering to in that area, they're dealing with a unique situation, and we will really, really need some help in addressing it as soon as we can. Thank you.
Put my mic on for me.
Yes, Honorable Alfred. Yeah, your mic was on.
On?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I sat there, I became very emotional. I fought back, and I'm thinking to myself, when this Dominica Labour Party took over, things were really, really bad in Dominica. Things must have been extremely bad. Because as a public servant, I was asked to accept a 3% cut on my salary so that the economy could be brought up to a certain standard. I cannot imagine what state the economy of this country was in then. I say this to say that because even in a time of such economy stress, of such tough times, of having to deal with so many challenges, I say we can still find a space to allow money that should be coming into the treasury to be placed back on people's table, placed back in students' bag, placed back on children's feet. That's what it is. And I say, even if before we round it up on all of those benefits that our people will face, I want to commend the leadership and management of this administration. And even if I maybe was not so happy about the 3% cut, no, I say, I'm happy I let go the 3%. Because even in those times, it gives us a chance to live our national anthem, all for each and each for all. And now, in spite of what we have to do to manage, it is a time when we have to look out for a certain group of people, truck owners, bus drivers. And I say to the Dominican people listening, this should encourage us to trust this administration more. This should encourage us to trust the process of leadership more. Because when we need to, we will ask from you. But this is an administration that feels when certain people need, and in spite of what we have to do to give it, we let it go. So I want to really support this move, and this afternoon did something to me. This afternoon did something to me, and I'm sure it did the same thing to a lot of Dominicans listening. Because some people were asking after COVID about, what do you think? Package, stabilization package. Where's the stimulus package? This is not an administration that will do things without, you have to count the cost. You have to look at, this is good management. We are not copycat people that because other people doing something, we'll do something. But I'm telling you, there's a verse in the Bible that says that if a person comes to you for a problem, I'm hungry, and you tell that person, oh Lord, you're hungry? Jay, I hope the neighbor have something to give you. The Bible says you have done nothing for this person. But I say this is an administration with bowels of compassion. And this afternoon, I feel very privileged to be part of this side.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the act to amend the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. And Mr. Speaker, I really was not going to speak because the members on this side spoke so well in the goodness of this government in a time when when revenue is down because of the COVID-19 pandemic, to still be considerate and provide relief for its citizens, especially those who drive buses and the taxi operators, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes we take this small intervention for granted. But as Honorable Henderson said, all these interventions are revenue forgone without us adding one measure to increase revenue on the other side. And sometimes when we speak, we have to remember that. So when I heard Senator Paris stood up to support the bill, but at the same time, black-eyed the government for not being able to build the wall to protect the sea defense wall in Marigot, I find this a bit ingenuous. Because we keep saying that we understand that just 5 years ago, this country was affected by Hurricane Maria. We keep saying we understand that our GDP was decimated by 226%. The wall in Scott said, Mr. Speaker, which we have made provision for 3 years, that section is still broken. But the people are understanding because they realize that the government had to redirect money to housing, which was the most critical need at the time. And the Prime Minister said just a couple hours in the House, 9 point something million was spent in the Marigot constituency for housing. So should we have redirected that money to the wall and said to the people, well, you don't have roof over your house, take your blows, wet, sleep by the road? So these are what we are talking about, opportunity cost and having to redirect funds. And if you say you understand, then my friend, my colleague, Senator Paris, say you support these measures to bring relief, and you hope soon that we'll be able to have more revenue so we can do all the things we want to do to build dynamic Dominica. Because all of it is on the card. All of it is on the card. So that is what I just wanted to say. We have to be a bit conscious of the fact that 3 years after Hurricane Maria, we had COVID-19. So even if we had intentions and made provisions to undergo certain infrastructural needs, we could not. Simply that, we could not. We are a responsible government and we have to prioritize the needs of the people at the time. But here it is, in a time when we are losing revenue, and we are still losing revenue, Mr. Speaker. The taxi operators, thanks to the booming cruise season, are making money. You're not hearing them complaining a lot, despite the rising cost of fuels, which has decreased. They were not complaining so much because of our efforts to restart the cruise. And because we have so many cruise calls, more cruise calls than we had in 10 years, Mr. Speaker, every taxi operator involved in this business, even the private, because they go, have been happy, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'd like to support this measure as a government who always puts people first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Blackmore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise also to support this measure before the the House, and I give the commitment that I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Speaker, also support what Honorable Dennis Charles, the Minister, said just now. I want to refer, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, to some empirical data that would prove that this measure taken by this current government has benefited the people of Dominica and the people that that measure was intended to so impact. One of the obligations of our government is to ensure that people comply with the rule of law. But sometimes, Mr. Speaker, there are circumstances that people face that makes it very difficult for them to so do. Mr. Speaker, what we seek to do, as we heard from the Honorable Minister for Public Works, in reference to the insertion of Section 21A, that effectively imposes a notwithstanding clause to Section 21(1) of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I was doing some research, and something happened between the period 2021 to December 2022. And I'm asking myself, what was the reason for that? And from my conclusion, I can say that it is as a direct result of the 50% reduction, bearing in mind, therefore, that this reduction came into effect in August of last year. And I want to take this Honorable House to some statistics, Mr. Speaker. In 2020, we had 38,182 licensed vehicles on the streets. But very importantly, only 22,719 were licensed. I'm not saying that the other 16,000 vehicles and the owners all had those vehicles parked. I may be hypothetical there, but you may want to assume that some people were driving on the road without license, and insurance. Very dangerous, Mr. Speaker. And this government is scared, and the security of the people comes first. So what did we do? By listening to the people, the Prime Minister did that, the Labour Party did that. We decided, let's make it easier for the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So look at that. In 2021, if I may again, Mr. Speaker, refer to this Honorable House, we had 39,388 licensed, registered vehicles on the road. Registered vehicles on the road. But only 26,224 more actually licensed, Mr. Speaker. No, but Mr. Speaker, in December of last year, in December, a few months after that measure, out of the 40,409 registered vehicles, Mr. Speaker, 38,145 were licensed, Mr. Speaker. The question is, you see an almost 12,000 jump, Mr. Speaker, from the year 2021 to December of last year, Mr. Speaker. I'm concluding, therefore, it is as a direct result of the 50% reduction in the fees, Mr. Speaker, in the license fee of various vehicles, more so the public vehicles, etc., Mr. Speaker, and the vehicles we say that are operated for hire, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say that. So, Mr. Speaker, the intention of that measure, therefore, has been realized. And the people it was directed to have benefited, Mr. Speaker. And I support this measure, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to wind up the debate, Mr. Speaker, but let me express my gratitude to my colleagues who overwhelmingly support this measure. Mr. Speaker, today we heard a number of measures which is all about putting money in the pockets of our citizens and empowering them to live a better life here in the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, Senator Paris and I, along with the member for Marigot, we met, along with the PS Lancelot and the consultant within the Ministry of Public Works, Mr. Johnson, to discuss the overtopping situation, Mr. Speaker. And we all informed him of the plans of the government and the different studies that were done, as well as the costings. But, Mr. Speaker, if you permit me, I'm a little bit disturbed by Senator Paris' comments, Mr. Speaker, because I would like to see a similar passion, Mr. Speaker, for the hundreds of thousands of dollars that was spent on the patching of the West Flat, Mr. Speaker. And we would all know what happened at the West Flat, Mr. Speaker. That was the burning of the road, Mr. Speaker. But I did not hear. And that was money from the same treasury, Mr. Speaker. But I would like to see the same passion for the overtopping, for the repairs and the cost that was spent to repair the West Flat, Mr. Speaker. And we saw it in the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker. Over $16 million for patching and asphalt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are about people. We care for people. And of all the measures here today, it is a bit sad that that is the only measure Senator Paris chose to speak on. But, Mr. Speaker, as we heard him say yesterday in his response or his point of order to the member for Cassie Brooks, he or we are okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, we on this side are here representing the interests of every Dominican. And it's not about we being okay, Mr. Speaker. So I am here representing the constituents of Wesley, Woodford Hill, and Palm Tree and looking out for their best interests, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so to select one measure and to come with a negative approach, Mr. Speaker, is just sad. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a reduction in VAT on a number of items. He could have said something positive. We talk about the reduction in the stamp, the Titles Registration Act, Mr. Speaker. All these measures are impacting the constituents of Marigot, Mr. Speaker. And it would be nice that he would have said something on that as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, The rest of the opposition have been quiet this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And what I can sense from that, Mr. Speaker, they have changed their approach from yesterday, Mr. Speaker. And today, they too seem convinced, like the rest of the population, Mr. Speaker, that Labour is the best choice. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2023.
The bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Amendment Act of 2023 be read a third time and passed.
The bill has been moved and seconded that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Vehicles and Road Maintenance Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023.
Second.
Second, Mr. Speaker.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Chais, proceed. We need to give some coffee.
Mr. Speaker, the bill before the House seeks to amend the regulatory framework to allow for the imposition of registration fees for yachts below 24 meters anchoring off the coast of Dominica. You would recall, Mr. Speaker, that in the 2022-2023 national budget, the Prime 2021-2022 national budget, the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance announced, with effect from September 1st, 2022, we will remove all duties, taxes, levies, and charges on all pleasure crafts and engines of pleasure crafts imported into Dominica. The Ministry of Tourism is in the process of implementing a small ships registry to complement this measure. Mr. Speaker, this initiative presents tremendous benefits for the tourism industry in Dominica. A yacht registry is expected to attract yacht owners from across the Caribbean region and beyond to register under the flag of Dominica. The low rates for registration of US $250 per year is attractive and very competitive compared to the rest of the region. The islands of St. Martin and Antigua, for example, have established such registries with very good results. Dominica stands to increase its share of the nautical tourism market and to realize an increase in visitor arrivals. This will boost the tourism sector and contribute to increased stay-over visitors. A small ships registry will produce revenue for the state on two fronts. Firstly, the attractive registration rate is a great selling point as it is much lower than anywhere else in the region. This compares to higher registration fees of up to US $370 in neighboring islands. A large volume of yachts over time can produce substantial revenue. Secondly, the number of visitors who will disembark from these vessels and spend time in Dominica, visiting ecotourism sites and other attractions, will contribute to improved livelihoods for those providing tours, provisioning, and other support services. Mr. Speaker, the planned construction of the marina in Portsmouth to provide facilities and amenities for the yachting sector is also in line with this measure now before the House. This would include berthing facilities, mooring areas, fuel, water supply, repair shops, yacht supply stores, laundry facilities, bathroom facilities, garbage disposal, reception facilities, internet, and restaurants. The proposed facility supports the need for the yacht registry to deliver full benefits to the people of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, in order to proceed with this measure, the support of the members of the House is needed to amend the regulations to establish the registration fees. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The bill is before the House for debate. Yes, proceed, Honorable Defoe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see you have already asked me to proceed. We were asking permission, so I will take this privilege, Mr. Speaker. I stand to rise to give support to the amendment to the Maritime Act. Again, as Minister now responsible for the blue economy, this is, again, a complimentary gesture by my fellow colleague, the Honorable Dennis Charles, and responsible for this specific area. So, as you can see, the synergies are quite strong in what we are trying to develop. And earlier on, I alluded to the term unleashing the blue economy, and this is today you have seen a second component of this unleashing of this blue economy, and there will be a lot more to come because we have quite a lot to do because we were starting at ground zero in this new and exciting area with great prospects for economic development. Mr. Speaker. Ship registry, for those of us who do not know, for many countries, has created an area of significant revenue. There are countries in the world that are known, I do not know the quite percentage, but maybe more than 50% of their annual budget comes from the registration of ships. And many of these countries are well known even within our region. The Bahamas, in other parts of the world, Liberia, in South America, Central America, places like Panama. And here it is that we have the opportunity, and this opportunity came from the foresight of the Honorable Prime Minister, for us to now put our foot forward in this region, which is well known, especially in the winter season in North America and Europe, where many of these yachts travel into our waters, and many of these yachts are registered in our region or want to be. And this is where the question of ownership and Dominica putting its foot forward to get its right share. In many parts of the world, owning such luxury yachts, sailboats, can be quite expensive and very expensive. And so here it is that we are providing the opportunity for those within the region whose vessels fall within the size limit the Honorable Dennis Charles mentioned, to have the opportunity to register the craft in Dominica at a much reduced cost and with less problems and burdens of the long paperwork and bureaucracies that entails in many other jurisdictions, Your Honor. So once again, Honorable Dennis Charles has alluded to other projects that will complement this initiative. The first one, which was mentioned earlier, and now the registration of this craft. And she mentioned a third tier. And again, I believe we will have to come to Parliament another time to enact legislation to give rise to the construction of a marina. Because at this moment, we are one of the few islands in this Western Hemisphere without an appropriate marina. And as our economy grows, as we seek to expand this blue economy, this cannot be done without appropriate services. So to wrap up, I want to say I endorse fully this initiative and look forward to working with the Ministry of Tourism as Minister responsible for the blue economy to put forward all of the necessary processes to make this a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as well to give my support to the amendment on the Maritime Act. And I want to say that this is a very progressive move by this government. And I can recall that the Honorable Prime Minister met with many of the stakeholders in the maritime industry and sought to get from them what their challenges were. And one of the challenges that they faced was that we here did not have a ship registry. And so the Ministry of Tourism did their research, and we came up with a very attractive price, Mr. Speaker, of $250 US. And I think that this is the best that we have in the region. And after we announced the measures of the VAT-free for pleasure crafts and yachts and the engines, we saw sometime in October when we had the Best Creole Festival, Mr. Speaker, the number of yachts that came in the Newtown area. And Mr. Speaker, Honorable Vince Henderson can tell you, because his house is overlooking the sea, he has the best view. And I can say to you, Mr. Speaker, that there was pandemonium in Newtown, excitement, there was a buzz, and we did not have enough moorings to accommodate the yachts and the pleasure crafts that came in. And that is one of the investments that the Ministry of Tourism has committed in ensuring that we build and we place more yachts so that we can have more yachts and more pleasure crafts coming into our shores. Mr. Speaker, and I personally have interest in this industry because we recently formed NAIS, and NACE is the Newtown Association of Yachting Security and Services. And we also work with PACE, Honorable Fenella Wenham, in Portsmouth, and PACE has been providing great support to NACE in Newtown, and we're working hand in hand to ensure that this industry thrives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Tourism alluded to earlier, that the creation of this new ship registry and the advancements that we are making in the yachting industry will create several jobs for our young people in Dominica. From time a yacht reaches or lands on our shores, the cost of tying a yacht on a marine would cost about 20 US a night. And you would need some young people to provide fuel, to clean, to assist the yachties in getting the necessary equipment that they would need to service, Mr. Speaker, their yachts. So the creation of jobs in that industry is a lot, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to the further advancement of the yachting industry. We heard the Minister of Tourism speak about the marina in Portsmouth, and we are hoping that we'll see the construction of this marina very soon, Mr. Speaker. So once again, I want to support the amendment, and I believe that this is a good move. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Ministry of Tourism has set an aggressive goal of reaching 200 stayover visitors within 5 years. 200,000 stayover visitors within 5 years. And one of the areas, sectors we are looking at expanding is the yachting sector. Naturally, many yachts come into Douglas Bay and Purple Turtle, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, we believe that this measure is a progressive move by the government, to continue the expansion of that sector and encourage many yachts to register their vessel in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just to give you some stats, in 2019, visitor arrivals by yachts in Portsmouth alone totaled almost 9,000, Mr. Speaker. And if you translate that 9,000, because based on business research and economic advisors report, each yacht spends about $50 US, Mr. Speaker. So if a yacht comes with about 4 people, you can imagine the economic impact on a small scale. But that is not what we are after, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to charters, which are the most frequent and highest economic impact, which they stay about 5 to 7 days, Mr. Speaker, they can spend up to 7,000 US per trip on provisioning services, Mr. Speaker. So that is why we have about 88 individuals made up of about 5 associations representing 88 individuals in our country whose livelihoods are dependent on the sector, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, imagine what will happen when we build our marina in Portsmouth, Mr. Speaker. We'll be able to attract more super yachts and mega yachts, which spend the most money, Mr. Speaker. And from the report I have, Mr. Speaker, a trip from a mega yacht can be up to 50,000 US. Imagine the economic impact in the north, in the south of Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, this measure is in the right direction, and I know my friends in NACE and PACE and all the other associations are happy that we have taken this step to reduce the fees for yachts to be able to register in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, to add to that, this year We had a very good meeting with them, with the parliamentary representatives, and we want to convert the Yachting Appreciation Week into a yachting festival, Mr. Speaker, where we'll have boat races in Dominica. So, Mr. Speaker, we have exciting things planned for the yachting sector, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the members who spoke in support of this measure to support the expansion of the yachting sector in Dominica. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
International Maritime Act 2023.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Hold on, your mic, so you can do it over for the record. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Second.
Second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
International Maritime Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023.
I'd like to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Honorable House a bill to amend the Civil Aviation Act to bring Dominica in line with efforts at the regional level to return the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, to Category 1 status with the Federal Aviation Authority, FAA. By way of background, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the decision of the special meeting of the OECS Authority convened on 9 July 2020, the Commission was mandated to engage a team of legal drafters to resolve some of the issues raised by the FAA as contributing to the downgrading of the ECA to Category 2 status. The Organization of Eastern Caribbean States Commission has been collaborating with ECA to address issues that FAA highlighted to regain Category 1 status for the OECS. In accordance with a direction issued by the Authority of Heads of the OECS, proposed amendments were recommended to the following documents for the review of the Attorney Generals of member states. 1, the ECA Treaty, 2, the ECA Act, and 3, the Civil Aviation Act. These recommended amendments were in keeping with the requirements of the FAA, particularly as it relates to the requirement of the Director General of ECA be empowered to make civil aviation regulations exemptions. The draft documents were submitted to the member states for review by their respective Attorney General. Therefore, the documents were reviewed by the Honorable Attorney General of Dominica and deemed acceptable by the Ministry with responsibility for civil aviation, the Ministry of Tourism. To date, Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines have already passed the amended Civil Aviation Acts. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the OECS regains Category 1 status. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration determines whether another country's oversight of its air carriers that operate or seek to operate into the U.S. or code-share with a U.S. air carrier complies with safety standards established by ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Authority Organization. Mr. Speaker, according to the ICAO, document 7300, the assessment focuses on a country's ability, not the ability of the individual air carriers, to adhere to international aviation safety standards and recommended practices with regard to personnel licensing, operation of aircraft, and airworthiness of aircraft to the International Convention of Civil Aviation, Chicago Convention. This was put in place as a means of addressing foreign air transport safety concerns with the purpose of ensuring that all foreign air carriers operating to or from the U.S. or code-sharing with U.S. carriers are properly certified and subject to safety oversight provided by a competent civil aviation authority. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this categorization is critical for the region's tourism industry, as in accordance with Federal Register, the results of the safety oversight determinations are provided to the public and used in decision-making by the U.S. and foreign governments, the aviation industry, and U.S. citizens traveling on international flights. This categorization is a determining factor for airlines wishing to establish flights between the U.S. and the OECS, or code-share with other airlines which travel to the OECS, as well as for tourists who want to ensure that the countries that they are visiting are in compliance with international regulations. As Dominica seeks to increase air access, the legislative amendments before the House during the meeting will be a major factor in the OECS region regaining Category 1 status. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I commend the bill to the House.
The bill is before the House for debate.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, this is very, very important in order for ECA, who manages air transportation and general aviation in our jurisdiction, to regain to Category 1. I already highlighted the importance of having Category 1 in order to establish code-share and relationship with U.S. air carriers in particular, Mr. Speaker. I must say, Mr. Speaker, we have a very committed and progressive Director General who has been focused on this to ensure that we regain to Category 1 status, Mr. Speaker. And one of the key things Dominica is also supporting is in the area of human resources, Mr. Speaker, because one of the things flagged is that we have to build the human resource and the capacity of ECA. And as such, Dominica has also committed one of our staff in the Air Controls Department will be seconded to ECA to strengthen the human resource capacity at the Civil Aviation authority, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank the support of the House for allowing us to be the fourth island to pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. So will not be accused of delaying the movement of ECHO in its efforts to regain to Category 1 status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. The bill to the House. House resumes. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage. We had some amendment? Or the article was part of it? Okay. So we will go back to the question is that I do report the bill to the House. House resumes. I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 passed the committee stage without amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Your mic is off. Touch it again. Good. You have to touch it tender.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, you distracted me. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed.
And Mr. Speaker,
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, I move that I move for the appointment of the Public Accounts Committee. The members are Honorable Jesmer Paul Victor, Honorable Philip Roll, Honorable Ostel Lockhart, Honorable Delbert Paris.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the following persons serve on the Public Accounts Committee: Honorable Jesmer Paul Victor, Senator Philip Roll, Senator Ostel Lockhart, Senator Delbert Paris. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, if it should meet your approval, can we do all?
Yes, yes.
Parliamentary Proceedings Broadcasting Committee. I move that the following members from the committee.
Broadcasting Committee, okay, yes.
Parliamentary Proceedings Broadcasting Committee. Honorable Fenella Wenham, Honorable Dr. Cassandra Williams,
Fenella Wenham,
Senator Sean Douglas.
Fenella Wenham, Cassandra Williams, and Sean.
Senator Sean Douglas.
Yes.
In respect to the Privileges Committee, members, Honorable Lakia Joseph.
Honorable
Lakia Joseph.
Lakia.
Honorable Darren Lloyd. Honorable Anthony Samora Charles. And Senator Laurie Victor. The
Yes.
Standing Orders Committee, Honorable Darren Pinard, Honorable Julian Defoe, Honorable Jesmer Paul, and Senator Sean Douglas.
Yes.
Creed Parliamentary Oversight Committee, the Honorable Attorney General.
Yes.
Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre.
Yes.
Honorable Roland Roy.
Yes.
Senator Lorraine Henderson Reed. And Senator Delbert Paris.
So I'll move. Oh, yeah.
I second the motions.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the following persons will serve under the different committees. So I'll name the committees and then the persons. On the Privileges Committee, Honorable Lakia Joseph, Honorable Darren Lloyd, Honorable Anthony Charles, Senator Laurie Victor. Standing Orders Committee, Honorable Darren Pinard, Honorable Julian Defoe, Honorable Jesmer Paul, Senator Sean Douglas. Parliamentary Proceeding Broadcast Committee, Honorable Finella Wenham, Honorable Cassandra Williams, Senator Sean Douglas. Creed Parliamentary Oversight Committee, Honorable Levi Peters, Attorney General, Honorable Irvin McIntyre, Honorable Roland Royer, Senator Laureen Henderson Reid, Senator Delbert Paris. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Parliament, the House come adjourn, sine die.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned sine die.